1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, fuck. Wait, I was unmuted the entire time. What? Oh, whoops. Well. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I have to grab some last minute stuff. Hang on. Need to adjust audio levels a little bit as well. There we go. Alright, that should be good as background music level. Okay. Yeah. Whoops. Whoopsie. Oh well. Oh, I think we are good to go. Alright, everyone. Let's go and say hi to my friends again.
If I'm not in regular contact with... Hi!
Hi!
If I'm not in regular contact with someone, I'm just gonna ignore their message.
Are you guys chatting about something?
Yeah, just spam artists, commissioners, and scam artists.
Oh yeah, I get those every now and then. You get used to it.
Multiple times a week, yeah.
I usually just tell them to send me nudes, and then they immediately they immediately stop talking to me. Yeah.
The worst part is when they start messaging you and they sound like normal people. And then it takes them days of talking to you until finally, hey, I'm a digital artist looking for one.
Huh?
Well, here's what bothered me about this one. I put them down gently and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm full right now. I can't do anything. Oh, come on, you can do it. And I'm like, dude, I already told you no. And I was nice. And I'm like, yeah, like, don't be that guy. Or girl. Like,
anyway.
Sorry. I have to
where we left off on Pathfinder.
It's alright. It's something that everyone eventually has to deal with your online a lot. So we're back. We're back in Pathfinder. Hang on, let me switch the music because right now we are about to start combat.
Quick, play the Monty Python music.
Nah, I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics music. That's what I usually use.
Isn't it copyrighted?
Copyrighted by the Final Fantasy Tactics game. But it's a game, so I don't care. It's game music, I don't fucking care. It's really good music, by the way. I hear a lot of really good music for RPG stuff, but oh well. Okay, so when last we left off, to catch everyone up on the last episode of Retaking Lordwall, the party encountered an unusual girl named Nicole, who was sat in a wheelchair inside the city of Lordwall, a city that had pretty much descended into madness and chaos. The party, representing the forward advance force of the Imperial Army, took it upon themselves to escort adorable Nicole here, this anime girl, Nicole in a wheelchair, home. At which point, they happened upon some evil elves and a dwarf on a beaver, catnapping her babies, her cats. They stuffed a whole bunch of her cats into this box over here. You guys can hear the cats going, you know, that angry cat meowing. These aren't kittens, by the way. This is adult cats. I'm just reusing the kitten box of kittens
it's-
things.
It's funny you brought that up. My cat's being a pain in the butt right now too.
Aww.
I gotta go get her.
Aww. Does she want in?
No, she's bugging other people. So continue without me. I will be back in
Ah.
2 minutes.
Alright.
More than likely less.
Alright, don't worry. Ganon can still hear us. But yes. The party was, despite their best efforts to defuse the situation, Nicole was having none of it and told her cats to defend themselves from the evil catnappers. And so 2 cats holding assault rifles leapt onto the counter from behind, apparently where they were hiding, and started firing on the evil catnappers. And now we are starting combat. So let me switch the music over.
And probably unpause game.
Yes, that's gonna happen as well. Here we go. Alright. Hello, Convalina. Welcome. We're just about to get underway. So yes, game is on pause. Combat has officially started. And let me take a sip of coffee. Everyone, here's to hopefully a smooth running session where nothing goes horribly wrong. Cheers, everyone. Green bye.
I'm dying in round 3.
Hey, you'll be fine. You're a big, strong tank. Big,
At
strong
half
baby.
health.
Meow. Oh, we even got some sound effects from Ganon. Meow. Meow. Alright, so combat has started. White, it's your turn. You're hearing raised voices and someone. It sounds like someone is announcing the start of combat. Basically, yeah, the Nicole said, and then you hear cat going, and yeah, people are screaming now. What do you do? You are still outside the house, so you don't see any of this yet, but you can hear it.
I will simply stride.
You're gonna stride? Okay.
Yes. We'll take my 2 stride actions.
Okay.
I
Where you
believe I have yet 20.
take your first stride action?
That,
Move there. Okay, move. Alright.
I
You want to second stride action move there?
yes.
Okay, do it. Although, stop here.
Oh.
Because you're gonna see something.
Peek the corner then.
Yeah. You come across a corner and run into another beaver night dwarf
Oh boy.
who looked like he was preparing to crash through the window. So yeah, you run into him.
I see. Then for my last action, I shall.
Shoot the beaver
How
in the
does
head.
How does action preparations work here? I can just prepare an action.
Yes, you end your turn, you prepare an action. What do you want to do?
It's a 2 action thing to prepare an action for
Oh,
a
okay.
reaction.
Really?
Yes.
I believe aid is only.
Prepare.
Well, I aiding your body, so
What is the name of the action? Do you know? I just want to read it.
I think there was like prepared
Cool.
action or was it reaction? I'd have to.
Ready an action, right? It's called ready.
Ready and ready. You prepare, use an action that will call outside your turn. Right, yeah, that does cost 2 action points. It's called ready. Alright.
Okay.
Well, we learned about that now.
Well, I shall do nothing.
Oh? You're not gonna do anything? Alright.
No, I will sit here and hide around this corner.
Okay,
That'll
try
be my
to
turn.
make a stealth check to see if you're able to avoid his notice. Stealth check.
Don't you
Right.
dare.
Yes. Yes, make a stealth check. Let's see if you...
I will
Oh
fail it
god.
instead of
Oh
try.
yeah, you walk out and basically trip over and fall and go clunk and he's like, huh? And you look at him and he looks at you and
Come. Twig snap.
yeah, pretty
Steps
much.
on a rubber chicken.
Kinder to be outside here.
All right. Well, that was White's turn. Let me see.
Forgot I had my clown shoes still on.
Meow, meow, meow. Speaking of meow, this cat is gonna go and open fire. It's gonna shoot at the dwarf. Let me see here. He misses the dwarf. Next shot, he's gonna target the beaver. He sadly misses. Ah. Last shot. Misses. Well, that cat did a whole bunch of nothing. Yes, well. Ganon, your turn.
I have a question.
Yes.
I see this chandelier right here.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to hit it and it were to fall, would it hit this elf?
It depends on with what. You're gonna have to hit it with something with enough force to push it slightly. What do you have that could do that?
A gun.
Your gun is the blunderbuss. Huh.
Well, I imagine merely shooting it may have it sway.
I can see what you're trying to do, but in order to get it to drop, you're gonna have to shoot the chain, not the chandelier itself.
I mean, that was the goal.
Huh. Tell you what. I will allow that, but the elf is gonna get a reflex save to avoid the getting crushed by the chandelier. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Here's step one of my plan.
Yep. Let's make an attack roll against the chandelier. I don't even know what the standard AC of objects is.
How do I How do I roll a standard attack?
You should have
Oh wait, there it is. Here it
your
is.
blunderbuss available.
How do I add ammo? It says I have ammo. Or it says I don't have ammo, but I know I have ammo.
Hang on, let me tell
I
you
have
what.
10 shots.
Yes. Let me find ammo. Blunder bus rounds. Hang on, I will do this for you. I will add the ammunition for you. 10 shots of blunderbuss ammo should now be in your inventory.
19.
You do it now. Roll damage. I need to see if you do enough damage to destroy it.
3 damage.
You damage it, but not enough.
That's fine.
You can
Now
shoot
for
it.
part 2 of my plan. I take my bag of 1,000 ball bearings.
And
I am hurling it
you're gonna throw
towards
it.
the center of the room.
Are you-
Obviously, I'm opening the bag,
okay.
so they're all gonna spill out.
You okay? Okay. How? Remind me again how large of an area we said that thing covered.
I want to say 10 by 10, but
That's what I was thinking too.
10 by 10. Okay. Where are you aiming that back?
Funnily enough, right around here.
Right around there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a. How do I do this? Roll a flat d20. I want to see if it deviates. It
10.
doesn't deviate. It lands roughly where you think it is. Okay, let me create an AOE.
I can do that for you.
Yeah, you can create an AOE. Just create a circle template where you want it to be. Untrained, yeah, untrained.
Yep, there we go. What about the... I have to pick a spot. Yeah, right about there.
Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah, that's about... No, that's a bit too far. Alright, so... That'll be where you want the ball bearings to be?
Yeah, about there, yeah.
Alright. I'm going to say that in order to retrieve the ball bearings and throw it, that's 2 actions. Are you okay with that?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'm behind the big beef boy.
Alright,
So,
that's fine. Oh,
pass.
one thing I want you guys to know. You are hearing a bunch of cats going very angry meows in this box, but it appears to be latched shut. The cats are currently unable to get out. Alright, that was just something I wanted to add. Lucky, your turn. Cordium.
Yes. So, first action, I see ball bearings. That pisses me off.
Okay.
Oh no, I've made him upsetty spaghetti. Oh, I am sorry. Did I upset you with my spaghetti? Okay, now she's Italian, not French.
Then I'm going to use my sudden charge on this elf over here.
Go for it.
And then that follows up with the swing X.
Untrained range weapon roll. There's very little. A lot of things in this game, if you don't know what they do, it comes
Yay,
down
a
to
4.
just rolling a flat check, and yep, that's a miss, unfortunately. Unless you want to spend your hero point to reroll. Oh yeah, just
I don't have a hero point.
everyone's hero
No,
points
you
are
do. You always
refreshed.
start with one.
Yeah, everyone's hero points are refreshed at the start of the session. So if you want to, you can reroll it, or you can just swing.
Yes,
Take a second swing.
Is there a way of like doing reroll on it, or do I just roll thing again?
Just click the attack again. Declare you're spending your hero point, and then roll the attack again.
God bless.
Wait, no, reroll that. Reroll that again. I did this. I want to see something.
No.
Okay, that I just wanted to make sure that the game's dice isn't rolling you fours with every roll, because that's bullshit.
This isn't roll 20.
But it
Oh.
appears to be the same for Lucky.
It's just bad luck.
Oh.
It happens.
Oh, how many times did I fail a roll that I needed a 6+?
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We'll take that last roll because fuck it. That even I'm like, yeah, no. With the amount of rolls you failed, I'm calling bullshit. Roll damage.
It's fine. I started us off strong with a 1.
Yeah, we said it. The game is on your PC. That's why.
No.
Yes, yes.
No. The fucking. Listen. Lucky was rolling dog shit even when we were on Forge, okay? It started when we were on Forge. I don't know what's going on.
I hope you know if I roll enough ones, I'm blaming your PC as well.
No, you're not. Fuck you. Fuck you guys.
That is ending my turn.
Yeah, okay. Next up. The elf with a really scratched up face. He's been injured by all the cats. You can tell that he has not had a good time here, and he's going to fire arrows. First arrow targeting. I think he will see the massive chunk of flesh the dwarf just took out of his friend, the spear elf, and he's going to fire short bow at the dwarf.
We can still negotiate. This does not need to dissolve into oh shit, you've already begun firing.
He hit.
Yeah. Alright. Damage roll of 5, yes. No, wait, that's 6, yes.
Wait. Where's the damage bonus coming from?
Listen, the Pathfinder has a really weird balancing system for their enemies. Essentially, NPCs don't care about stats. You just balance things based off, okay, but if the enemy is meant to be difficulty level 2, they have this damage bonus. It doesn't matter. This is just how Pathfinder 2e is balanced. NPCs
Can
don't
I have
follow
a short?
stats.
Can I have a normal short bow with +5 damage to it?
Possible if you had enough strength score and it was a composite short bow.
Yeah, do you know how much those cost?
Uh,
A
Wow.
masterwork strength 5 composite longbow.
That's just how the game is balanced. Don't complain to me. His stat line is exactly the same as as the base creature I took him from. I haven't changed that.
I mean, to be fair, we can't be the only ones bringing down the value of gold here with inflation. Come on.
And his next
That's
attack,
weird. It didn't change my current hit point on my sheet.
because you have 10 hit points, remember?
No, I had 30 to start the battle.
Yeah, and you had temporary hit points from raging. Remember?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, the temp is gone. Never mind.
Yeah. So 16 versus Lady Duvar. What happens?
Nope.
Misses. The arrow goes sailing past your face and impacts the door behind you. And he took a step forward. So
You
that-
little elven shit. I was trying to be the nice goblin lady. And what does the fucking elf do? Shoots me. Oh, well, Mr. Nice Elf. Well, guess what? I'm gonna set you on fucking fire.
He screams back at you. You are helping the crazy cat lady.
I tried to talk to you. I was not trying to hurt you. I was merely trying to inconvenience you so we could talk.
Don't worry about it. Cardrum, help us defeat these motherfuckers and we'll turn one of them into your tree. This is a bonus. On top of the other tree, we promise you. Wait, not Cardrum. Wait, what? I get
Dwarf.
Dwarf, yeah, dwarf mercenary, dwarf and like, yeah, what, fucking, yeah, you know what?
That's just racist. You think all us dwarves look alike?
you know what? Wires
Yeah,
crossed. Don't worry about it.
Cardrum.
Don't worry about it. Wires crossed. Okay, this spear elf, you just took a massive chunk out of him. He is going to. Oh yeah, I forgot. This other dwarf has his action added, so okay. He is going to try to first stab at the crazy cat lady. Oh wow. He rolled 10 damage against the crazy cat lady.
Holy shit.
Then his second attack is gonna go into the dwarf. It took a huge chunk out of him. Does that hit?
Yes.
Misses. Hi. And for his last action, he's going to raise a shield. And that was his turn. You guys just saw this spear elf spear a defenseless crazy cat lady in a wheelchair.
No, I didn't see shit.
You are hitting this.
Oh, help
I
me.
point my gavel at Spear Elf. Hurting the disabled. 10 years in prison.
Wow, only 10 years. That's surprisingly lenient.
I'm just kidding. It's death.
Alright.
10 years in salamander prison.
Let me see here. This elf is gonna step forward as well, just to make sure he can have better range. He's gonna fire first arrow at Lady Duvar,
Lady Duvoir.
but threatening to kill his friends.
That'll hit.
11
Ow.
damage. Uh-huh. And second arrow shot at the dwarf. Okay, why am I
Good.
rolling godlike?
Because it's on
To
your
be fair-
server.
That this isn't
Better-
right. 7 damage on the dwarf. This is a normal. Why am I rolling godlike now?
It's okay. That's fine.
That was his turn. Now, wheelchair girl. Wheelchair girl. She is going to do something weird.
Compared
Okay.
to our rest of our party? Or
Oh, yes. Yes.
weird for her?
Yes. You guys. Well, the first thing you see her do. She reaches under her skirt and pulls out a cat. Oh wait, that should say something different, but it's fine. It's fine. She's gonna pull out a cat because she's gonna.
AR-47 cat.
Nah, she's pulling out a different cat. She pulled out a knife cat, and she throws it at the spear elf. the knife cat activates and tries to shank the spear elf. Wow, he actually hits. And does 6 damage to spear elf. Spear elf tries to shield block, and let me see here. Snap shield in place. Hardness of 3, so he only takes 3 damage from this, while the shield takes an additional. Wait, the shield, if I'm also snap damage up to the shield harness. And the shield take any remaining damage. Oh, so the shield takes 6 full damage. And oh wait, no. The shield takes 3 damage, and the creature takes 3 damage, but that's not all. That's not all. Lady Duvar, you see something. No, the shield and the user takes damage of the shield harness. Yeah, so 6 minus 3 shield harness of 3 is 3 damage to the shield, 3 damage to the elf. So, Lady Duvar, you see something that at first causes you to blink. The drawing is starting to move, and suddenly you hear the girl say, "Sabaku no wa ore no stando da!"
Moon Spike!
Ta 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 ta. And you hear this very strange creature let out a piercing
I didn't hear that. Could you try that again?
We're happy we didn't hear that.
Did you translate that?
You did hear that? Oh, okay, hang on. The noise canceller from
Yeah, your mic peaked.
Yes, you always canceled it because it was too high of a pitch.
yeah, I didn't recognize my voice, so it went and basically piercing screech this way.
That's what it looks like.
Yep. The really badly drawn cat. Stand named the Pussycat Dolls.
That looks like Gar fucked up doll.
That plus level damage. So 8 damage. And I believe it's a reflex save, right? Yes. Basic reflex save.
So about no, hang on. So about the whole apprentice thing. Really would like to learn.
First bow elf fails. Second bow elf succeeds but doesn't crit succeed. Beaver crit fails. Dwarven Beaver Knight. He has a -2 to this, so circumstance bonus of -2.
Doesn't he take double damage?
They both each take different damages. And they both get a reflex roll. Alright, so
No, but
Just the
does he-
rider's getting a -2 save because he's mounted,
yes.
not really agile.
So this bow elf takes -8. This bow elf takes a -4. Yeah, this is why I wanted you here, Mitchell. Because stand user has just been revealed. The beaver takes 16. Wow. The beaver is going. And the beaver's not happy.
Beaver's not
Dwarf.
happy. No, not
Dwarf passes, so he takes 4. Da 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 da. Well. Da, da, da. Just says fuck with your icon. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So this dwarf is gonna be like, Are you with the crazy cat lady? He's gonna walk up to you. Da, 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 da. Beaver uses support action. And dwarf tries to strike at you with his warhammer. He misses.
I don't even know if I'm hostile.
Well.
What was the point of the question?
The dwarf's anti-broccoli.
That's
Well,
understandable.
he's like, well, I'm paid to fight, so gonna fight. Alright, so next up, this dwarf activates. He is gonna be like, oh hell nah, I'm getting the fuck away from that. I'm gonna fight these cats over here. And he's gonna get the beaver to perform support action and attack cat. He flubs it. His warhammer goes falling off onto the floor, and well, he did a grand total of nothing. Cass, your turn. You're hiding inside the box of kittens.
Boxes, yes.
All hell is breaking loose.
Alright. Would command work on a beaver?
Would what? Command?
Would command work on a beaver?
Let me see it. I will just cast it so that I can see it, or I will let you know if it will work or not before you cast it. Command the target to approach you, run away, release while holding prone. Can't delay reaction, obey effects. This is a spell, isn't it?
It is a spell.
Okay, I would rule that it would work on the beaver because it is a spell. You are affecting the mind of the creature. So
The beaver has to be able to understand the language.
does it?
That's what the linguistic part comes in.
Does it?
Oh, okay. So that's what the
Right.
traits mean. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Alright, so it would not work on the beaver. Alright.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunate.
That's
It
fine.
would work
I'm
on
gonna
any
be-
of the dwarves or
Yep.
elves.
Yeah, I'm gonna be targeting the dwarf up there. Casting command on him. We cast it. That's gonna use a spell slot. He gets a save DC 19, or he's gonna want to go pee outside.
Pee outside. Okay. Let me just.
He's really gonna go pee outside.
I guess the
For
command
fuck's
was
sake.
our. I guess the
He
command. What?
successes, but yeah. Sorry, Cass.
I guess the command was R. Kelly.
Thank God you didn't send another one out there.
Well, to be fair, we got no idea what's going on out there.
Death.
You might have heard your plant man friend screaming something, but it's hard to make out, through walls.
It's a fucking plane. No, I didn't hear it. I only box with kittens. I did not hear the plant man outside.
Good roll on that one. You might have heard rustling in the bushes. I failed critically.
Is there anything else you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna be using a demoralize.
Demoralize, sorry.
Yep.
Against that target's will DC. Okay.
These two right there.
Okay. Go for it. Oh, roll that intimidation.
Yep.
You succeed. Let's
Will
see.
DC. No, they get a will DC of 17.
Yeah, difficulty check, not a DC roll.
It didn't-
So you do succeed.
it's will DC. Huh.
You are making the roll against a number that's in my head. So yeah, and you do succeed. You said you target this elf, right?
Yep.
Alright. He is frightened 1. And that was your turn.
Let's get in my turn.
This cat. Let me see. What's this cat gonna do? He's gonna see that this elf is frightened, so he's going to try to take advantage of that. Fire cat repeater. He flubs it. Man, these cats are rolling hot garbage. Fire second shot. What? God fucking damn it. He's gonna give up and try to shoot the giant beaver. God, okay, yeah, I'm rolling hot garbage too.
For our allies, yeah.
Well,
Do not insult the dice gods.
well, your turn. Eva.
Well,
For the record, no, I am not with the crazy cat lady.
Will DC 19, they're getting +6 to +8. Huh? What?
I don't mind kidding.
Oh,
I
okay.
shall stride this way
Mm-hmm.
for my first action.
By the way, this beaver knight takes an attack of opportunity. Yes, they
Do it
have attack
well.
of opportunity.
What's it gonna do? Hit me?
It's gonna try.
Yeah, that hits.
He succeeds. 18 damage.
Just a casual 18. Now that I'm almost dead, for my second action, I'm gonna throw my thunderstone.
Oh. Alright. Do it. Throw Thunderstone.
Would it still be better to target? Yeah, no, I have to target the creature.
They will have the same DC. Or AC,
Oh.
yeah. regardless. I'll just let you know that.
Well, where does that
Let's
land?
see. Let me see the Thunderstone because Thunderstone lesser. Stone hits a creature, Thunderstone lesser. And the DC which if explodes definitely increases the splash damage. Each creature within the 10 feet space must or be deafened. Okay, so you miss but you don't critically miss, so they both take 1 sonic damage and they still need to make the fortitude save. He saves. He barely saves. Right, but they take 1 damage each.
Now, for my third magic trick.
You fire the
Phew!
pistol and which creature? Who are you targeting?
The beaver.
The beaver. Okay, that's fine. The beaver takes 5 damage. Oops. I didn't mean to close that. Hi. 2d8 war damage. Damage war. Oh no, it's because of the beaver working with the mount. That's why he's rolling 2d8. He's spending an action so that the beaver will help him do damage. Alright, this house cat. This house cat. What's this house cat gonna do? Going to try to shoot at the scary beaver in its face. That fails. He flubs it. God damn it. Why am I rolling hot garbage for your allies and godlike for enemies? This isn't... The dice are trying to kill you. This isn't me. This isn't me. I don't know why the dice are being this way. Well, Gannon, your turn.
It was a fun session, guys.
Gannon? Gannon, are you muted?
I was muted.
Yes. Yes.
Hey,
you're muted.
hey, dwarf. Are you for hire? How much are they paying you?
You're paying me in trees.
Oh, I was going to pay you in money, but if you're being paid in trees, like some worthless schlep, then, well, I guess we won't be negotiating.
My beaver wife needs trees.
I'm gonna go. And I cast Produce Flame. Oh, I gotta attack. Do I get to know if that hits or not?
That does not hit.
Then I am going to reroll using a hero. There we go.
There you go. That burns the beaver. Another 8 damage on the beaver. The beaver is near death.
Yep. And that is all of my actions.
Alright. Cats in boxes go. You're trying to get out. Lucky, your turn.
Right. Spear elf. Continue to attack him.
Go for it. You hit him. Roll damage. And right, you basically slice him from left shoulder down to right hip. Cut him in half. He's bisected. Yeah, his shield also shatters in two. There's no way he can. His shield or him is surviving it. This. And he goes down.
For second and third action, use my second charge.
Mm-hmm.
To move on him.
Go for it.
This is 5.
Ah,
And
it was
misses.
just on the 18 too.
Yeah, unfortunately. That's fine.
That follows. That's it.
Alright.
But you did kill one of them.
Yeah, you did a lot of damage to him actually. Let's see, what does this elf want to do? This elf is going to fire an arrow back at the cat that tried to shoot at him. This is a fucking shootout, I swear. He misses. One more arrow at the cat.
Ah.
He crits. Okay. Let's. Wait, no, hang on. That's not what I wanted to do. I was supposed to click this button. So, excuse me. Huh, it didn't add the crit to it. Crit is only double dice, right? So, wait, hang on. Something I want to know. How do you see what the result of the die roll is without the additional bonus? Is there any way for me to see that? Or am I just gonna have to minus
Roll
it?
the 2.
Well, yeah, he rolled a 2 and plus 7 and
The bow does have deadly D10, so when on a crit, you're rolling a D10 bonus damage.
oh
Not a
shit, you're right.
6.
Okay, I did not add that. Roll 2d10 plus 5. So let me re-roll that. 17. Okay, yeah. You see an arrow just spear the cat through, and the cat is dead.
Right,
No.
not exactly. On a critical hit, the weapon adds a weapon damage die of the listed size. So instead of being 2d6 for a crit, it's 1d6 plus
Ah,
the d10.
fuck. Okay, you know what? You know
Slight
what?
difference.
I'm going to.
Not that it matters. I'm fairly sure it doesn't matter anyways because of the damage you rolled.
Plus 1d10. No, we're gonna do this properly. We're gonna do this fucking properly.
You can. I don't know if you can just click on the.
Yeah, the cat dies. Okay. Everyone in the house.
Can't add 8 health anyway.
Yeah. I need everyone in the house. I need you to make a perception check. Just general perception. Eva does not do
Oh.
this. Just
Oh,
make a
boy.
general perception check.
I'm busy not dying. I can't see. Too loud.
Lady Dwarf
Natural 1.
is
I don't
Okay.
see shit.
Corjum. Corjum, you are the only one to hear this. You hear something go beep, and the cat goes now let's see.
Exploding kittens?
Let me see here.
The cats are booby trapped.
Let's see here. He needs to make a.
She really is a crazy cat lady.
He fails the reflex save. Now the dwarf makes a reflex save. -2. He fails. So they both take 14 damage. Let's see here. The beaver keels over dead. Going, and the dwarf takes 14 health worth of damage. You just saw a cat explode when it got shot by an arrow. And the dwarf is now sitting on top of his dead beaver wife. and
Cap.
the boy elf is like, you see, she's evil. And she's going to aim his final shot at the wheelchair girl and completely miss.
Okay, but you turned people into trees, so eat bag of dicks.
It's all relative anyway.
Look, you're all awful and you all suck.
I heard
Except-
that as eat baguettes.
Ha 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 ha.
I-
Actually, we are in an inn. We could get some baguettes. Shit, I
Uh,
want baguettes.
You could try to look for some in a bit. But either way, Elf is going to
Just-
draw his knife and try to knife fight the angry dwarf. I think he misses.
Yes. You miss.
He's going to try.
Just watch out for the spicy salsa. It'll cause your ass to explode. 19 does hit.
He rolls a 6 for damage. Why is the goblin French? Because Ice Cannon.
Because I wanted to play a French character. And secondly, the most funny cartoon I have ever seen involved omelette du fromage.
Pardon me. Do you have any Grey Poupon?
I Crazy cat lady.
should-
She's not gonna be able to do what she wants to do because she can get her cat to do it. So, crazy cat lady commands her stands pussycat dolls to go over here and open the box of cats. It's a very easy latch to open, and the box opens, and cats dash out of the box all over the place. But, let me see here. 2 cats come out and stay and fight. So I'm gonna add them to combat. You have cat reinforcements. Wow, they're moving quite fast. Alright, Actually, you know what? No. For the sake of doing this, I'm gonna add them after the after the girl, yeah. Yeah, activate after the girl. And this summon cat is going to come over.
I am Boots in Boots.
It's gonna come over here and help with the bow elf. 20 strength, 20 agility. It's not 20 strength and 20 agility. I told you. The bonus to the attacks is scaled up just on their creature level, not on their actual stats. The actual stats don't matter in that. And he misses. Oh. Isn't worse. That's not how composite works in Pathfinder. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you mind if I go warm up my tea?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. And I did that out of order. Technically, it was this bow elf's turn. Oh well. Wait, no. He already tried to knife you. I'm fucking up turns. Hi. So this house cat comes up. Going to start trying to knife the bow elf. He misses sadly. I forgot to remove his frightened. Try another claw knife. He hits. 2d4. Does 4 damage. Misses the last attack. Fine. If cat goes here. Next up. House cat. House cat is going to try to gang up against that elf. 15. He hits. 3 damage. -3. Wow, now I'm rolling good on your allies. Another 3. Oh, this elf is barely alive. And flops the last one. Hi. Beaver Knight. 39 straight out. Don't worry about it, Cass, don't worry about it. What does this dwarf want to do? Hmm. You know what? You know what? He's going to chase after the plant man. Tell his beaver to support and one warhammer. And he misses. Hi. That was his turn. This beaver now is gonna be like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck is what?
The exploding cat. Let me see. I'm gonna attempt a will save to see if he's frightened. He is not panicking and running away. Let's see. What's he gonna do? Set on bonfire. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's gonna be like, lady, you are evil. Hand cannon. And he misses. Tries to close with the crazy cat lady. And oops, that was the wrong button to press. Either way he misses. And Cass, your turn.
Right. I think I'm gonna be casting a purifying icicle on the near death elf, I think.
Go for it. You miss. Unfortunately.
Great.
Do you want to spend a hero point to reroll it?
No, gonna demoralize the dwarf.
Alright. Go for it. Demoralize, roll, and intimidation.
There we go.
You crit succeed. So he's frightened too. Nice. Alright.
So he's really frightened.
Yep. Frightened too. He's taking massive penalties right now to his combat stats. Alright. That house cat is dead. White, your turn.
Well, seeing as there's a big beaver and a dwarf on it continuously following, I shall take my 20 this way.
Do you want to use a step to get out of melee range without taking an attack of opportunity?
Is that possible?
Yes, you can take a 5-foot step. 5-foot step is a thing everyone can do. Most people don't use it because very few enemies have attack of opportunities, but this guy does.
Yeah. 5 foot this way, it's still not reached, right?
Yes. He is
Okay.
on the square of the beaver.
Alright then. I shall use my second action to strike.
Go for it. What are you aiming for?
The beaver.
The beaver? Alright. Beaver takes 4.
And for my last time, is there no way to anchor this?
Unfortunately not.
Well,
Where do you want to
I'm
go?
gonna do it in 2 separate parts.
Mhm.
I shall stride 10 foot in front of this
Mhm.
door and then, like, can I squeeze myself behind this table?
I will say you can.
Shall squeeze myself behind this table.
It takes on 1 per turn. Yes, it also shows you. It's also more penalty. The more frightened you are, the more penalized you are. Different status effects have different effects on you. In the case of frightened, yes, it is. The debuff is larger. Alright.
I'll take my cover.
So, you are done. You know, I'm surprised you're not using the hunger gun because the hunger gun will hit both the dwarf and the beaver at the same time.
Yes, but you see,
Mhm.
I choose life. Ain't no small plant gonna stand his ground against that on his own.
Alright.
To be fair,
No, thank
Eva
you.
is moving away from a herbivore.
That is true.
No,
the,
thank
beaver,
you.
the beaver will want to eat you.
I'm not a tree, but I am snack-sized and a plant, so
Oops.
I'm staying away from that.
I did
Beavers will eat young shoots and whatnot.
not.
I mean, it's not like they're eating the old wood; they're eating the fresh bark on it.
Cat has a move speed of 25, so cat moves here. Cat hops onto this table and starts unloading on that bitch. Cat's faster than you, of course! Have you seen how fast Cat run? And flubs it. Tries again. Not good enough. Well, that was the cat's turn. Ganon, your turn.
Let's see, we've got a dwarf over here.
I do tell them as I run in that there's a dwarf and a beaver.
The elf is standing under the chandelier.
No, I know. I also want to move here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, elf! Go
And they
fuck
both look.
yourself. $17 to hit the chandelier.
That does hit the chandelier. Okay. Roll damage.
3 more damage.
That is enough to break the chain. The chain snaps and the chandelier comes crashing down on the elf. I'm going to rule that this is a reflex save to try to avoid taking crushing damage from the chandelier. He aces it. He's like, what the fuck? The chandelier comes crashing down. That was a good try though.
Who'd have thought an elf was dexterous?
You do, by the way, Ganon, you do know that guns need to be reloaded, right?
I did not know that.
That's a whole turn.
Yeah. Moving and fire, reloading your first shot and firing again was your whole turn.
Oh.
Welcome to Pew Pew Land.
Yeah. That's how guns are balanced. They need to be reloaded.
It's technically 2 actions to do damage. Haha.
Well, that's my bad. So, cast it. I did the funny thing.
Alright. This dwarf is currently surrounded by cats,
By cats.
and a monster cat. He's going to be like, "Wah!" and try to dagger the monster cat.
I was right over the one.
Actually crits. No, he doesn't crit. Okay, phew, he doesn't crit.
You skipped me.
Did I?
Yes.
Why did
My action came up and then you started doing the L.
It's because Ganon presses enter and I also press enter, so yeah, fuck it. Okay, yeah, you know what?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Then never mind. Ganon, Corjum, it's your turn.
Too many dwarves, you all look the same.
We don't have magazine fat guns in PF2. There is. The cats are using it, but it's weak sauce.
So,
You hit.
on.
$27. You. Wow. You take off one of his arms, take off his other arm, and then chop off both his legs, and he falls over dead. He's dead. Dash.
Alright, so
He's now just a torso.
that one's well surrounded by cats. I'm going to let the cats finish him off. And charge the badly injured dwarf on the poor defenseless girl in the wheelchair.
Yeah. Go for it.
Set charge.
She ain't defenseless.
He is a poor girl in a wheelchair.
Just miss. You needed one higher to hit him.
Me.
Okay. Was that your turn?
That's mine.
Alright. Okay, now this bull elf is gonna try to stab the cat thing. He does. I'm just going to keep the attack roll from just now. He does 7 damage. He stabs the cat, the really horrifically badly drawn cat monster, and the cat monster doesn't recoil. Instead, the wheelchair girl, Nicole, goes ah, and she takes the damage. And he's gonna
Plus,
be like,
I don't want to be anywhere near there in case any of those cats could blow up.
the elf notices this and tries to go for another stab. And makes it. Another 7 damage on Nicole. They're ganging up on the defenseless wheelchair girl. And for his last attack.
By the way, earlier the dwarf was frightened too, so his AC was down too.
Yes, I did. His AC was down to 16, and Lucky unfortunately failed to meet AC 16. He really hates the wheelchair girl for doing what she does to the cats, and he fails the last attack. Right. Oh. Now what's she gonna do? She has 1 cat active. She is going to. By the way, guys, you see something very strange. You see Nicole get up from the wheelchair and swing it over her head to try to bash the dwarf. She hits.
You just hear from just other side of the room, Merde!
Yeah, she's swinging a wheelchair over her head and using it as a giant bludgeon.
And she's on her feet?
Yes.
And you're not even injured? But
I am
why?
injured. Look at you can see her bleeding from all the cuts and stabs she's taken, and she tries to bash the dwarf over the head again. Fails.
For her next action, she climbs on top of the top rope and does a swan dive.
And last action,
I
act
feel
together.
so betrayed.
Act together with her summon. She crits. Okay. Beaver Knight Dwarf takes 5 and up. Well, she bashes the dwarven Beaver Knight skull in, and her pussycat dolls activates. Tries to bite at the bow elf. Fails sadly.
This wheelchair incident is the biggest plot twist yet. I don't know how to feel about that.
You know, she's claiming each cat for, as children, so to get more money from the government.
Probably. How else are you able to afford all this? And the bullets? Oh, they ain't cheap.
Yeah, she's getting from somewhere. Knife Cat activates, goes after the elf, and gets really close to downing him. He's barely alive. One more. Fails. Not good enough. House Cat activates. Starts filling it with lead. And yeah, this is. There's no way he survives this. Even if they roll 1 damage. Yep. And Bow Elf goes down to a hail of bullets and knife cuts. Let's see. Who else is left?
Say hello to my meow friend.
Dwarf comes in, sees all of his friends are dead, and he's gonna be like, ain't no tree worth this, and he fucks off.
Oh, but you should join us. Come on.
I'm gonna pursue.
Really, you're gonna pursue? Yeah, you can.
Oh yeah,
Although,
I'm enraged.
yeah, although keep in mind, I think they run faster than you.
How
what's your-
fast do they?
Move speed is 35. How fast are you moving?
Oh no, I just go 20.
Yeah, he will outrun you. So unless you're gonna be able to shoot him in the ass, you probably won't be able to catch him. He is mounted after.
No, but I will like give chase for a while.
Go ahead. You gave chase as he runs down the alleyway outside. He's, fuck you! You bitches are crazy! Fuck you assholes! And he doesn't stop. In fact, he fires wildly behind. He's not really aiming anymore. He's actually just trying to get away.
No, I wouldn't still be able to catch up if I used that. I got that cheetah's elixir, but it only adds 10 to the movement. So I'd still be slower.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'd still be able to shoot him for a good while, but I am hurt. I will not.
Well, and with that, combat is over. You did it. You rescued the crazy cat lady and her babies. Oh.
Yuri, why not every innocent little thing is strapped to the teeth with the bomb?
I don't think she
Whether
needed
it be
that.
children or kittens.
Well, all cats are babies. She loves her cats.
Yeah, but why are they all...
She loves
Why
him to
is
death.
everyone a terrorist here?
Meow, 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 meow. They come and meet the new friends, and they try to lick your wounds.
I am.
Meow, meow. You see,
I
they're
don't want
wearing
this thing to blow
adorable.
up in my face.
You see, they're wearing their adorable little army vest, which you guess is packed with explosives, and
Fucking
a dead
Saddam Hussein over here.
and a dead
Hey,
cat.
wait,
switch.
please.
That's actually incorrect. You're looking for Osama bin Laden.
So yeah, the cats are wearing suicide vests.
I do take her
Oh.
hand.
Oh, thank
let
you,
us-
thank you, thank you.
let-
She's sitting back on a wheelchair now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's basically what I was doing.
She probably has a vest too. On
May
the
we
outskirt.
sleep here tonight? Perhaps I could make you dinner.
Oh yes, please do, please do. Remember to tell the Empire how amazing we were. Yes.
Oh
we
no,
can help.
you already helped, and this will not be overlooked.
Yes.
I give her a hug.
Oh. Meow, meow, meow.
Let's.
Cats hugging and meow.
I really don't want to.
Although
Her-
the pussycat doll goes meow. Meow. Meow.
Oh, what is that thing?
That is a friend of ours. Now, if this inn is worth any of its salt, it will have food. So I will go into the kitchen and
We do have
find
some
us-
food. We don't have much, but yes, we do have some food. You're going to go into the
Oh,
kitchen?
goody! We're gonna eat some
Yep.
fried beaver tonight.
Yep.
You do have beaver. Freshly, slightly cooked and exploded beaver.
Yeah, it's already
Actually-
pre-cooked and tenderized.
Actually, tail meat for the beaver is actually kind of a delicacy.
The beaver
if you
would
prepare it right.
the beaver does need to be butchered, but you can butcher the beaver.
Yep. But I do want to see what other supplies I'm working with.
All right. The kitchen when you walk in is quite sparse. Unfortunately, you spend some time looking around. You do not see much food. You do see what appears to be some dried meats, some potatoes, and some carrots. That's it. Nicole apparently
Well-
didn't do very well with restocking the pantry.
That's fine. We can do stuff with that. So Here's my goal here.
Mhm.
So, the beaver is going to need to be de-organed, and I'm going to cut up the organs and basically make them into giblets. Cut them and obviously cook them.
Alright.
For giblets for the cats.
Yes. You could tell Cordrum to do that. Cordrum is trained in survival.
Well, I don't need Cordrum to. Well, no, Cordrum could skin it, but
Yeah, Cordrum is skinning it, and you tell Cordrum to section out things as you want them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could cleanse the beaver,
Debone it.
completely debone the beaver.
Flens, technically.
I think it'd be easier on me to like separate the meat from the organs if the bones were there to kind of keep it steady.
You guys will have a lot of meat tonight. This is a very large beaver. You got beaver tail. Alright, with a roll of 16, you get decent chunks of meat. You get the beaver tail, you get parts of liver that Lady Duvoir was asking for. And you get parts of his belly and parts of his rib. Unfortunately, most of the rest was ruined due to the explosion, battle damage, the screech from the cat doll did some total damage to it, so yeah.
can we get its heart?
Cordrum, make another survival check, see if you can get the heart. You do get the heart.
Okay, yep. Okay, the heart I can prep nice and good. How about if you want to go get the guards, I will be cooking up a nice meal for us. A hearty stew. Giblet for the kitties. Potatoes. I've got some salts. We've got some dried meats. And yes. Is there any sort of beer or wine here?
Nope. Nope, no more beer, no more wine. Actually, wait, no, you know what? What is the search check? Let me see if you get lucky. Is there a search here, or is it just medicines?
It might be perception.
Perceptions.
Yeah, you just have perception skill.
Yeah, okay. Roll a perception. Let's see if you get lucky.
Natural 20.
Oh wow. Okay, you find you are just about to give up because this place Nicole doesn't clean up after herself. It's a bit messy. She's apparently quite lazy. You're just about to give up until you finally spot something tucked away in the corner. A single barrel that appears to be untouched. You crack it open and ale. You find a single barrel of ale.
Okay. It's not what I wanted, but it'll do. Is Cordrum back?
Oh, Cordrum is busy butchering the beaver. He's right over there.
I pop out of the kitchen. Cordrum, I found a barrel of ale.
What are you gonna drink?
Oh, I'm not drinking it. It's going into the stew. Not all of it, of course.
Oh.
It's a barrel of ale. I'm not going to use the whole bit of it in the stew. Like, that's insane. I only need a part of ale.
Yeah, there's plenty of ale in that barrel for your stew and for Cordrum.
I'm getting shit-faced tonight. I saw a cat explode. I need to get shit-faced.
But yes, today we'll be having a lovely.
I will.
I start handing out little. No, I don't, because I don't have that. I start explaining the menu.
I would say, Quadrant, before since you wanted to butcher the animal first, you spend in the time it takes for. Let me see here. For Susan to catch up to you, you still haven't been able to make medicine checks yet.
Okay.
But you do hear heavy clad boots marching up to the tavern eventually, and Sir Sturm walks in and she takes in the first you see her recoil slightly because of the stench. By the way, Ganon, you missed this, but the entire house smells of cat. Stale cat. You know the smell of the house that houses get when
Yeah.
there's too many cats and they don't air out the house enough. So yeah, the entire house smells of cat. You might want to open the window and air out the house.
I would have opened the windows at this point if I would have smelled that.
Yeah, it's still you did at least now there's fresh air moving through the house, but it still smells of like stale cat musk and all that. But
now it smells like cat musk, blood, bile, and crap.
yeah, well, Sturm is going to look around at the carnage that has occurred here. She sees part of the counter has exploded with wood shards sticking out. She sees a butchered beaver. She sees cats everywhere. She sees some weird eldritch monster cat thing, and she's just she takes off her helmet and
Don't worry, that's Cat Thulu. It's fine.
Storm, when you get a minute, could we talk in the kitchen?
She just rubs her eyebrows and she doesn't even know what to say about what she's seeing right now. She's okay. It appears you guys did well. Your adventures did well. We could have to talk now. Although, give me a moment. She turns around and barks orders at the lieutenant. Get these bodies out of here. Clean this place up. And the lieutenant's like, he salutes her. Yes, sir. And you can see more soldiers starting to file in. And they start to try to at least get the bodies removed so that they don't stink up the place too much. And she's like, okay. You wanted to talk?
Yes, in here.
She is going to join you.
Okay, now I'm going to be straight with you here. The wheelchair girl is on our side for now, but she is kind of dangerous.
Dangerous?
And
How?
I am keeping exploding cat.
You see her raise her eyebrow at you.
However, that being said, she helped us kill the elves and dwarves in here. I would like to make a judgment call here and say, let's let this one go, as she's on our side, at least for the moment.
Make a society check. You are the only one who know this.
Another natural 20.
Wow, okay. Where were all these rolls during battle? Okay, so as you're trying to explain your proposition to the system, you think about the Empire of the Hand and the bureaucracy behind it, how it functions. You know, as the words are leaving your mouth, something occurs to you. The Empire of the Hand would never allow her to maintain her cat army, because I don't know if
I am pretty sure she is aware of this,
yes.
and she would know this is a danger. But this is not a problem for today.
Well,
this is a problem for later.
But you do know that the Empire of the Hand works with mercenaries. They work with adventurers. They work with they will accept help from, let's see, they will employ and license people to maintain forces and arms and stuff like that, provided that they are law-abiding citizens. You do know that. So do you want to rephrase your proposition to her with that information, knowing that the Empire of Hand, normally they would not permit her to keep this veritable army of cats, but you do know that she does seem to be loyal to the Empire.
This is a citizen who is loyal to the Empire, who has clearly stood out and helped us in our time of need. This citizen, though her methods may be strange, it could be considered as such as a adventurer, and one who could perform amazing tasks. I would like to say, for the record, we probably could not have gotten out of there without her. And this area makes an amazing staging. I think she would be a great ally for us. And I think you really should consider that.
Tell me about her cats. What do they do?
They shoot guns and they stab people with knives.
You see her step back a little bit and peer out of the kitchen. She does look at the cats, seeing them wearing their cute little army vests. Some of them have little rifles slung over their shoulders. Others are holding what appears to be a normal-sized carimbit. That if you look at the Maxwell cat, the cats, they are holding karambits. And she's like, And you say these cats fought loyally?
Oh god, yes. I did try to negotiate with the elves. I tried to talk to them. They didn't want to talk. The dwarves did not want to talk. I tried, but shit went sideways. Pulls out a cup. Here, have ale. Enjoy.
Not right now. Maybe later. Thank you. I'm still on duty.
Fine, I'm going to have it because I've had a day.
Yeah, it does look like it. She peers out
In
again.
In the name of justice, I think
Someone's drinking my ale.
Oh, fuck you, I found it.
Now, learn to share. Did, did, did the cats take down any of the enemies?
I'm almost positive they did. I can't remember which one. Like, I could point at several bodies. Like, didn't they get rid of this elf that was between?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
took out this elf, and you were saying something, Lucky?
Beaver, an elf, and no, Nicole took out the other dwarf with the wheelchair, didn't she?
Yes, she took out the dwarf, one of the dwarfs with the wheelchair. I can't remember what took out this beaver.
It was one of the cats.
Oh, one of the cats took him out? Yeah, okay, so yeah. You explained that the cats took out one of the elves, the beaver, and yes, the cats fought with the suicide vest. And you see sister come back and she's deep in thought. We do have spare funding to hire more adventurers and mercenaries for this if we need to.
She's a magic user too. She was able to do things with magic that I do not. I cannot. Would I know her magic's nature magic? Because this feels really nature.
Yes, you did well. You know that because you got the worm repast thing. You know that is nature magic. Or at least her version of it was nature magic. Her pulling a cat out of her skirt and roll an arcana actually. See if you can figure out her class. If you can figure out her class, then you will know that she's a nature magic caster. Okay, I will give it to you. Yes, you know that she is effectively a summoner.
She is a summoner. She pulls cats out of nowhere. Her magic is natural. And yes. Yeah. I don't think she means harm. At least not to us.
Make a diplomacy check. I want to see how well you're able to convince system. She's quite open to the idea, but
10? It's not my best.
I'm gonna let you reroll that. Reroll that. Better. We are going.
Man, that was on night.
She goes on. We are going to have to bend the rules a little bit because technically, I'm fairly certain she's not registered anywhere. We're gonna have to deal with the paperwork after this. Or at least I'm going to have to do.
Look, this is why I got you. To me, this was important. And, we can't let someone like that slip through our fingers. Someone with that raw talent and ability to help others. It means so much.
You are right. We could use all the help we could get. So... Alright. Well, assuming she's loyal to the Empire and she's willing to allow us to use this tavern as our base, we will add her to our forces.
Oh, one more thing. Taste.
Hmm?
I hand her a ladle of just some of the bouillon of the soup. Does it need more salt?
It's actually cooking skills.
No, otherwise I would have been rolling it at this point.
Let me see. Is there a role for cooking? Pathfinder 2E cooking.
I mean, I can walk you through the steps of what I'm doing.
Cook. Establishment baking. Exceptional cook. Abilities. You train in survival. Cooking lore. So there is cooking lore.
What is it under?
It's a lore skill. Lore has a lot of different skills like academia, accounting, architecture, art, engineering, farming, fishing. Cooking is apparently one of the lores. But
It's only the knowledge, though.
Yeah.
It's specialized information on a topic, not quite the skill you can use.
I would argue that knowing specialized information on a topic would help your skills. Let me have a look at your skills. Do you have any lore skills at all?
No,
No? Okay.
I just added it in.
Alright, I'll let you roll it untrained. Roll it untrained.
I mean, I'm willing to drop deception for cooking, but that's just me.
I will let you...
Another
wow.
natural 20.
Oh, wow!
Okay, then I'm absolutely walking you. So,
you know what? I was going to give you cooking lore for deception anyway, so yeah.
so train it.
Oh.
Hit trained.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remove training of deception and add training on cooking lore. We're retconning your
Okay, that's
background
actually
a
a
little
29.
bit. Yep. Either way, it's a crit. So what have you done?
I put all of the meat at the bottom of the pan. I use the ale as the base. Then when the meat was done cooking, I deglazed it with water, added in the potatoes, the carrots, salt, and various spices that we have. Let it roil, skip the scum out. Eventually, any other things we could find, I add in, and basically serve it.
You find potatoes and carrots mainly.
Yeah.
You got the bits of beaver, some dried meats, and that will be what you're able to use. I would say that you would probably be able to grab some simple spices from the quartermaster, and you will be able to add that in as well. I'll give it to you because of your crit. And
Okay.
and you see Sir Sturm go, oh my god, foodgasm. So yeah.
This turned
Look,
into
there-
food wars.
Yep.
Look, there is reason why I am kept around, and I am a rather good chef.
That's really good. Just, we're gonna eat well tonight. She's in a really good mood. That definitely.
She doesn't hate me anymore actively.
Also, I would have ruled that that definitely convinced her to take on Nicole. So as a mercenary, she's going to unofficially give her a mercenary contract. He's going to talk to Nicole right now.
While that's happening and it's ready, I start handing out bowls. Enjoy. I make a little extra big bowl for me because, chef's choice.
Mm-hmm.
But, Core Drum gets a bowl. Dahlia gets a bowl. Ava gets a bowl.
I don't get the
And
bowl.
you get to swim. Oh, that's right. You don't eat meats, do you?
No, he does eat
It's
meat.
not edible for me.
He just eats rotting meat, so he'll probably be eating the dead bodies outside.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm just doing my best dead body / bush cosplay right now outside.
Soldier 1, 2, 3, and 4. Getting bowls.
A couple of them
eat.
turn you down because they're still cleaning up the place, but 1 or 2 would go to the... Well, no, that part of the countertop has been destroyed, so they're going to...
Okay. The
They're
other
gonna sit
part.
down. Yeah, they're gonna sit down and start digging in.
Bowl. They're both served ales.
Yeah. Oh. Cass is currently playing with kitties. Cass,
Kitties!
yeah. While everyone is partaking in the festivities and preparing this tavern to be used as a base of operations, you see the pussycat doll go up to the box of kittens. And they go meow, meow, meow. Go up to pussycat
No,
doll
no.
and you see something a little bit strange going on. You see the wheel, Nicole? She picks up one of the kittens and hands them over to the pussycat doll. The pussycat doll stares at the kitten for a moment and the kitten just stares at the pussycat doll, and then after that he puts the kitten back down, and then she does the same for the next kitten. You people will be moving around. Does anyone investigate what she's doing? Anyone moving in and around this area could who's familiar with magic could try to have a look at what she's doing.
I would probably walk past, observe it, and then
Yeah.
take a look.
Yeah. Ping a detect magic with Arcana. And okay, so let me look this up. This is a very modified version of this, but detect magic. Okay. Let me see. How
Eats
do I
off the souls of the kittens?
Well, how do I spell this? This is a very weird word. Here it is. Okay. You detect enchantment magic going on. Every time the pussycat doll stares as a kitten, you
Is it like
feel
a dominate spell?
You feel
Or
a
a
surge
charm
of
person?
enchantment magic, and then he puts the kitten back down. The kitten otherwise appears unharmed, except for the surge of enchantment magic.
Dominate monster?
Alright, so I will give this to you because you rolled Arcana really well. You look at it and you ponder for a moment what's going on. There appears you can feel the surge of magic going between Nicole to the pussycat doll and into the kitten. And you gradually piece together what's happening. What's happening is... Let me see, did I write this here? Where did I put this? I could have sworn I put this somewhere. Okay, apparently I didn't put this anywhere. Okay, so with what's going on right now,
It's Stockholm syndrome.
The magic that you're feeling feels very similar to a ritual called Inveigle. I will. It's not listed in Foundry, I believe. Is it? Oh, it is? It's listed as a spell, even though it's a ritual. Okay, so I'm going to put this on her sheet as a ritual and cast it. There you go. Somehow, she is able to perform an essentially the equivalent of this ritual in Vigo on cats. Within about, like, I would say a minute.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you figured out this is how she's getting the cats to do her bidding. She's somehow able to cast Inveigle on them in a minute. Even though a ritual like this would normally take a day, she's able to do it after a minute of just staring at the cat and gathering magic. She's able to do it repeatedly too.
I assume it's just that was actually Deante flowing through there. I assume it's just part of her class or whatever that she can just do that.
It is not. You know for a fact that Inveigle normally takes a day to cast. Her being able to perform a ritual in a minute is insane. This violates everything you know about rituals and ritual magic, but somehow she's doing it. And it's up to you what you do with that information.
Oh, that's interesting.
Alright, so yes, that the kittens go back into the box and continue playing like normal kittens. If you look in the box, you'll be like, evidently the ritual doesn't give them skill, it just makes them obey her command essentially. Alright, so now that the day is winding down, I will begin allowing medicine checks. Corjum, do you want to work with a system to treat the party?
Corjum's pouting.
What's wrong?
His ale was shared out with everyone.
Don't
Okay,
worry.
it's not your ale, buddy. It is. Look, if you drink an entire barrel of ale, Lady Deante is fucking judging you.
It's a dwarf.
We have another barrel of ale coming up. Just help me with the treat wounds. Focus on the party first too. So
Look, you got first dibs.
she's going to focus on you first. Corjum, make a medicine check to aid. In this case, it's just medicine.
Where are you? There you are. I thought it was +9. I guess I'm only +7.
Not enough to aid, but she's going to attempt to treat wounds on. This is the macro, right? Yes. Chief loves it. Okay. Next up, Lady Devore, again, medicine roll.
Her or me?
That doesn't help. I mean, try to see if she crits. Okay,
Good
you get
Lord.
healed 10 HP.
I'm at 26 of 27.
All right. Another roll, quadrant medicine. Nope. And nope. Okay, she's gonna try to do the wheel checker, but you're not gonna need to roll for this. I'm just going to.
How much damage you cause?
Oh god. She crit fails. Oh no.
Dude, this lady sucks at
this-
her job.
Eek. And she's like, oops, sorry. My god, what's with the dice in this game? Well, you thought Pussycat Dolls was going to eat one of the kittens? Nah, she doesn't feed kittens to her stand. She just uses them as a private army and suicide bombers. Alright, an hour passes. The sun is starting to set on the party, and sister makes more medicine checks. Collagen. Medicine. I swear, that's fucking... Okay, you made it. Okay, she gets a +2 to this. Well, she crit succeeds and you heal 20 hit points. And then she beckons you outside to help the plant man.
Plant man's still working on his gun.
Medicine? Succeed. Hang on, let me change the music. There we go. She gets a +2 to this.
Seems like 90% of the time my healing works half the time.
Okay, Eva, you're healed 6 hit points. And she's going to try...
Alright.
She crit fails again. Nicole backs up. Okay, she was almost about to stab her again, but you thankfully stop her from doing it, Kojima. I'll give you that. Chi. And so stuff is like, what's wrong with me? Something isn't right. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Must have been something in that soup, huh? Strange.
Either way, Nicole is scared of system now. I'm really sorry. Lucky, I will allow you to attempt treat wounds on Nicole. uh, and
We're gonna kill
What
it.
the fucking hell?
this
We're
is
just slowly torturing her. The death.
What the fuck? Um, this feels like something that would happen in JoJo. You know what? I'm gonna put fucking JoJo music on for this. I don't care if it's copyright.
I guess
Extended.
karma hits hard when you try and strap bomb vests to cats.
And the Nicole's crying. Why are my infants hurting me?
See, I'm not trying to. They are just too incompetent.
Poor Nicole. She got it with the Empire of the Hand and now oh god.
Alright, I'm gonna join via my phone.
Hmm?
If you need me, let me know. I'm just
Alright.
gonna make dinner.
Let's try this again. More heal checks. First things first, Lucky. On you. You're still slightly injured. Okay, very good.
Slightly injured.
You heal 11 hit points. Okay,
yeah, I'm still not full.
You're still not full. How far off of full are you?
7 now.
7. Okay. Next up, Eva.
I desperately need health.
Nope,
That
I have no help.
fails to help.
But I desperately needed it.
You heal 9 hit points, Eva. So Sam approaches Nicole and Nicole starts crying. Okay, with your help, System should definitely not fluff this up anymore. Yeah. God damn it! Fucking hang on. Poor Nicole was on the verge of crying. But she's quite healthy now. She's still slightly injured, but Another hour passes, the sun is now completely set. Let's try again. Kojum? Wow, really good. Alright. For that really high roll, I'm gonna rule she gets a +4 to this. You stop her from accidentally stabbing you in the eye. Eva?
Uh-huh.
Time for more medicine. Medicine check.
As she slips on a rubber glove.
I'm a plant, darn it.
Okay, she gets a +2 to this. Wow, you heal 17.
Nice. I am full.
Remind me again how much health you heal after sleeping. Was it 1 health per level?
I don't know.
It's 1 health per level if I'm not mistaken. So, let me double check. Healing over time. Sleep. Person. Regains hit point equal to the Constitution modifier. Oh, okay. Multiplied by level. So, what's your con mod? Lucky?
3, so I get 9.
So you get 9. So, yeah, resting overnight would heal you to full.
And less risky than possibly getting another 1.
Yeah, good. Fucking. God damn, the dice in this!
I mean, they're all over.
She's gonna try to heal again. And she doesn't flub it. Okay. Nicole
This is
is
not
now feeling pretty good. What were you saying, Kojum?
Oh, I wasn't sure who she was healing.
Yeah, she's going for Nicole. Oh yeah, these boss of cats are gone. Oh, by the way, if you guys wanted to check upstairs, you can. You can move up the stairs, and if you do go upstairs, you will find you know, I'm not gonna. You're gonna find more cats. just more cats.
I'm half expecting to see a displacer beast up there too.
Nah.
They look like cats with tentacles.
Me? Excuse me, those are called kitty whippings.
Yeah. You find cats all over the place. Sleeping in a bed, lounging on the couch. Everything is covered in cat hair. Yeah, this is gonna take several days to probably clean up and get all the cat hair out and get the stench of stale cat out. But it's comfortable and...
Or we can let Lady Duval, like, set it on fire.
Did you hear Nicole? You hear Nicole? Did you hear a weird gasp? Please don't set my house on fire.
You know, one thing
Look at
that
my
is,
outside voice again.
you know, what would be really interesting is if someone purchased this property, which is now not owned by anyone, and maybe gave Nicole free rent.
System corrects you that if the owner of the property disappears, the property goes to the Empire.
Oh, what I am saying is if someone purchased property.
We will talk about your future residences in the future, Nicole. But for now, this will be our base of operations. Is that understood?
Dude.
And Nicole's like, okay. Always happy to help the Empire.
Just don't heal me anymore.
She's healed enough. She'll get better over time now. Alright. Oh, one question. Lady Duvoir, are you going to try to collect back some of the ball bearings on the ground? Cause if not, this
Yes.
is gonna be all swept away. Okay. After you cook,
Of
you're gonna
course.
spend the rest of the night trying to collect the ball bearings. They're scattered all over the floor. It's gonna be
Are you kidding? The cats have probably been playing with it by now.
oh yeah, you
Couldn't
see,
you cast prestidigitation to clean up the ball bearings?
yeah, you remember the ball bearings where they used to be? It's now like that. So enjoy.
Eva's
Let me
gonna
know if
be
you
making comfy outside.
Let me know if you can see the template. Can you see the template?
I can see it.
Yep. So
Talking
that's
to me. I'm not at my computer, so I can't see it.
well,
Blue thing?
well, the ball bearings are all over the place. You're gonna have to, it's gonna take you the entire night to basically clean it up.
It's like a 20 by 30.
Have fun. You're gonna have to wrestle some ball bearings away from cats. They're probably playing with them.
Look, it's not that big of a deal if I get all of them.
Good luck. Alright. And unless anyone wants to do anything in particular or do any conversation, with that we can roll time over and everyone can retire to bed. You guys have free reign of the entire tavern, including the upstairs floor. Slightly dusty, but you guys do try to air it out and clear all the cat hair.
I will do something.
Hmm?
At this little area where I'm gonna be sleeping.
You're sleeping out back? Okay.
Yes.
Hmm?
I'm gonna set up a snare kit.
A what?
Snare kit.
A snare kit. Okay. Mhm. Let me see if. Oh wow. There's only a night version of this map, but I'm not gonna change the map. Just assume it's night. Oh, excuse me. Oh.
There will be snare.
Mark where you're putting the snare. Hmm. If you want, you can ping where you're putting it. Just ping.
Just around the area where I'm sleeping.
How many snare
Simple.
traps? How many snare traps are you putting down?
Ah. Oh.
Let me see. Snares. Do you have a snare kit?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Is this any particular type of snare? Cow chop snare, spike snare.
It's an alarm snare. common.
Alarm snare, let me see. Alarm snare. You create alarm snare. Right.
100 to 500 feet.
Oh, okay. So you want to basically create a little alarm zone around yourself, like so?
Yeah.
Hmm. Would that do, or do you want it to be big?
A little bigger.
You know what? You can measure it. You go to the ruler rectangle template and measure it yourself.
Sweet. 100 to 500 feet.
Yeah.
That could cover from back here all the way to the front door.
Yeah,
but
you can if you want to,
cover
but
myself
make a
okay.
rectangle template so that you can just measure as far as you want. And if it goes off the map, just say it goes off the map.
It goes off the map.
It goes off the map? Okay, that's fine. You won't be able to get
yeah.
it that far off the map because there are houses nearby, but we will say that you basically line up the entire back alley with that snare trap.
Yeah.
It's like an entire gauntlet trap. Well, it's more like just an alarm. Basically, if anything walks in, it rings a bell or some shit.
Pretty much.
Alright, so we let us take a short washroom break, everyone.
Do you want me to do a fortitude check to drink the remaining ale?
Lord man.
You're gonna drink all of it. Okay. Go for it. Drink remaining ale. Do a fortitude check and we'll see. Oh, you save. You do not get pissed drunk and start raging at one of the cats. Okay, so yeah, everyone take a 3-minute washroom break. When we come back, we'll go into the next day. So yeah. Also, I will root on that later. So yeah, everyone, 3-minute break. BRB. Mwah.
I'm making ramen.
Ooh. What flavors?
Beef. I'm just gonna probably add a few extra things. Might add a little bit of
Egg.
leek. Nah, I don't really like egg in my ramen.
Really?
Well, I do. Yeah. Yeah. I find it weird.
Oh, well. Okay, yeah, fair. Some like to just crack an egg inside, albeit the noodles I make are mostly dry ones, so I add sunny side up too.
Do you add that into the boiling water while you do that?
No.
No.
No, if it's the soup noodles, I just rock with the boiled egg. If it's the dry noodles, it's sunny side up for me, personally.
No, I don't like a boiled egg. Alright, let's get this in here.
You don't like eggs in general, or just the yolk?
Okay, I'm back. Roll
Go
call.
back.
Roll call. Who's here?
Mm.
Alright.
I'm here. I'm just making my ramen and eating it.
Wow, eating ramen. You're making me hungry for ramen. Right.
I wanted chips earlier. There were no chips. So I stole some soda biscuits and I ate those with some Philadelphia cheese. And is it chips?
I had egg salad sandwich with potato salad.
I still
Oh,
got half a bag of Lay's if you want it.
Gimme.
I could use some. I'm hungry. But I have a game to DM.
Well,
Alright.
to be fair, I hadn't eaten anything since 10 a.m. this morning. Not 8
Oh.
hours ago.
Do you need any biscuits or bread or anything?
That's what I just ate. I just ate soda biscuits.
Oh, I love soda biscuits actually. They're quite tasty.
Are those the super dry ones?
They're typically quite dry. Yeah, you would want to eat them with like water or milk or something like that. But they are quite tasty.
Water.
I mean, have water next to you and drink water while eating them. And yeah, I do enjoy them.
I don't know why my mind went to yes, you dip your biscuit in water. What's wrong with you? When you say that, you're making me think wrong things.
Alright, so does any... Gannon, I need you to try to fucking get back all of the ball bearings before you go to bed. Roll perception, if you can.
That's what prestidigitation is for.
Prestidigitation can't collect that many ball bearings. Also, she has to see the damn ball bearings and cast.
Ain't there like 200 ball bearings?
It's a crazy amount, and the cats have made off with quite a few of them.
11.
Alright, so you only get back enough ball bearings to fill about 5 foot bag. But you know how you drop ball bearings 10-foot radius, you only find enough to fill 5 feet. The rest have disappeared. Cats made off
That's
with
fine.
it. Fell into the floorboards. Shit's gone. Oh.
Somewhere in a black hole, there's a sock with a bunch of ball bearings.
Someone is eventually going to find some ball bearings somewhere. Like the cat hid some here under the chair. One of the cats buried some outside. Yeah, it's everywhere.
5 years from now, when someone's going to the bathroom at night, they're gonna step on it in their bare foot and like a Lego trap.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of that happening. Right, so everyone, figure out, put yourself where you're sleeping. Can be on the first floor, can be the second floor, wherever you want to.
I'm sleeping
Ah.
in the biscuits.
Cat comes to call or whatever. You're sleeping with the kittens,
Yes.
Cass?
Yes.
Nicole is going to sleep. In one of the bedroom upstairs. She walks up the stairs, carrying her wheelchair with her. And the kittens, they're still quite young, so they do stay with her. If you want to, you can sleep with in their little cozy box.
Mm,
One of the bigger cats cuddles up with the kittens to make sure they're warm. There we go. Yeah. Alright. Place yourself above the box. Well, we'll just assume that you're inside the kitten box. There we go. Yeah. You, one of the house cats, kittens, Nicole. Lucky is sleeping in the kitchen, of course, next to the barrel of ale, I assume.
Empty barrel, but next to the hearth, like the fire, smithy like.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Gannon, one of the cats comes up and cuddles up to you when you sleep. Everyone gets a cat friend.
Yay.
Do not.
All I
push
see
the
is a
button.
bomb ready to detonate.
They take off their vests when they go to bed, so don't worry, you won't have
Oh,
a
thank
cat
God I'm not sleeping with
explode.
dynamite.
Yeah, you're not sleeping with a stick of dynamite. Big warm dwarf gets a mountain of cats on him. So Sturm sleeps outside on the couch. And she gets a cat on her. Opposable thumbs or something? You don't know. Somehow they just do. They just hold all those weapons. They don't appear to have opposable thumbs. They just...
Cats
yeah,
are like liquid; they just get in and get out.
Yeah, they just do. All the stuff they do, they just do. Alright. Everyone is retired for the night. The night passes mostly peacefully. There's some guards keeping watch over the inn. Soldiers keeping watch over the inn. Knights are here to make sure everyone gets their good night's rest. Let me see here. Although, something happens. Let me roll a D100. Okay, that wasn't enough for an ambush. Despite that, however, let me just go here and... No, that's not my rule. This is the map I want. So, I will allow you guys to... Let me know if you guys can't see this. I'm moving you guys to this map. Can you guys see the map?
Yes.
Can you see your own
Yes.
token or no? And around here?
No.
No. Okay. So. Let me switch this. Okay. So, we're back. Ganon. Lady Duvar. Are you there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Lady Duvar. You suddenly find yourself shrouded in fog. You look down at your hand and the remnants of a fire spell peter out, and standing in front of you is Satoko, screaming, engulfed in flames. You can hear the little crack of glass and ceramic start as the structure of the glass gets weaker and starts to heat up. I mean, from the heat of the her dress that's on fire right now. What do you do?
I try and pull the dress off and sort of, remove the bandolier.
You take a step forward to try to reach Satoko, but it's too late. The first of her bombs cracks and goes off with a pop, and that sets off a chain reaction that just spontaneously detonates the rest of the bombs. The force of the blast hurls you backwards.
This did not need to go like this. All you needed to do was surrender. I asked you so many times. I don't like fighting children.
You, as soon as you say that, you hear a voice behind you. Let me. You hear a voice behind you. A voice that says, "Then die." And as you turn around, you see something that looks like a shadow, formless. You do not know what the hell you're looking at, but you know that whatever
I
it is
cast
you're
fire.
looking at it's terrifying. It's too late. The shadow reforms. Let me just. You feel yourself paralyzed with fear as the shadow reforms itself into Satoko, and she throws another alchemist fire at your face. It impacts you square in the chest, and you feel the hot flame of the alchemist fire starting to engulf you. Your face feels hot, and you start to scream.
I hate to be this guy.
Hmm?
I have fire resistance.
That's fine. Fire resistance doesn't mean fire immunity.
No, it does not. But I'm still saying I have fire resistance.
You.
I don't think dreams or nightmare care about your fire resistance.
It still hurts. And Lady Devoir, you wake up screaming to a soldier. A soldier shaking you awake. The soldier's holding a lantern. You see the soldier recoiling from you. She's holding a little oil lantern in her hand, and she's like, "Lady Devoir, are you okay?"
Falls out of bed. What the fuck? Okay, first of all, okay, you're not a child. Okay. Oh fuck! I had a weird dream. The child we fought, and she threw fire at me, and then there was the shadow creature, and fuck it! I hate today.
The guard looks slightly concerned. He tries to feel your forehead to see you have a fever. You don't, and he's like, "Well, it's going to be morning soon. It's time to
Sorry,
get
you
up.
unconnect.
Will you be okay?"
Yeah, no, just connected to my phone again, which was not the thing I was trying to do.
Yeah. Outside your room, you can hear hustle and bustle of activity.
What time is it?
It's going to be sunrise soon. It's time
Then
for
why
you.
the fuck did you wake me up? It's not sunrise yet.
Aren't you supposed to set off at sunrise?
I don't remember. I might have been a little drunk.
Yeah, well, I was supposed to get you up. You up? System is expecting you downstairs. The the soldier walks out. Cat comes up and goes meow, meow, meow.
I'm going to pet the cat. It's okay. You're not an evil psycho child.
Please.
Look, I have had a bad day, so I am just going to pet you. Let's go downstairs and talk to my friends.
Alright.
Because I'm having a day. What the
Everyone can wake up and go downstairs. Eva, nothing disturbed you in the middle of the night. Although, actually, everyone
Good.
except Lady Devore, roll a perception check.
I'll be in this bush then, waiting.
Alright, Eva and Quadrant make it. You heard Lady Devore. You heard Lady Devore having a nightmare. Her nightmare. Although I should note that Quadrant wakes up covered in cats.
That doesn't bother me. I had cat earmuffs.
My supper is ready, so I'm gonna be right back.
Cats mingling about. The guards, they're eating breakfast along with you guys. Crazy cat lady is going downstairs. And she's bringing the cat box with her, so yeah. The kittens are up and about, actually. You're out of the box and playing. One of the adult cats is looking after them.
Dad, I didn't have a good night. I'd like
Is
some
something
ale,
wrong?
please.
You will find that the ale is from yesterday was completely finished, but there is, I would say, half a keg of beer left that the quartermaster brought in.
Ew, beer, how dare you.
That's all they were able to get in through the city from the outside. So, you're gonna have to deal with it. It's hard bringing
No.
in supplies into what's essentially a war zone.
Oh no. Yes, supplies. That's great, that's for the men. They can have that swill.
Huh?
I don't like beer, it tastes disgusting.
Oh, great! Morning beer!
Well, Storm is gonna want to do a debriefing, so she's gonna gather at least the adventurers over here. You can bring your beer with you if you want.
I'm having my morning breakfast as well.
Mm-hmm. There's still
Actually, yeah, that would
more
be
of your
perfect.
amazing stew from last
Yeah,
night.
that's second. That's seconds. But no, I want sausage, toast, etc.
And for Cass, despite one of the quartermaster was able to get an apple for Cass. Right. Eva? Where the fuck is Eva?
Eva's just hiding in a bush outside getting food.
You hear
AKA
Sir
sunlight.
Sturm's- You hear Sir Sturm call out to you, Eva! Get in here! You can hang out by the window if you want to. There's a window right
Oh
here.
yeah, there is a window. Then I'll just poke my
Pops in
head
at the
out through
window.
the window.
I've been here the entire
Wrong
time.
window! Get down here!
Fucking. I have widow wigs.
The window is open, by the way. So you can sit on the window sill.
I will.
Dwarf forgot to turn off his swagger before going to bed. Cover in pussy. Yeah, a little bit, but it's fine. Cat's had nice, big, warm dwarf to sleep next to. Alright. So, a debriefing from yesterday and briefing for today. You'll be glad to know that that dwarf that I'm fairly certain you guys ran into, that dwarf Beaver Knight, he ran straight into us when we were marching up to you and we captured him. So he wasn't able to get away. Next up, we have some mages of the Imperial Knights who are currently studying that body you guys found. If you remember that soldier that was still in the process of being converted into a tree, if you remember that body, we have mages that are currently studying him and trying to figure out exactly what type of magic went into what's the conversion process, if we're going to call it that. And
I see.
What else happened yesterday? Nicole told me something. Nicole? Is there something you want to share with the adventurers? You see Nicole she walks up the stairway carrying her wheelchair and then sits back down and wheels herself over. She's like, yes, as you probably guessed, my stand allows me to befriend cats.
Yes, that was very obvious.
And I'm able to get them to train and learn how to use weapons, but that doesn't actually. I can't actually craft their weapons. Most of their weapons, I trade and bought from a wizard in town. His
A
name-
wizard, you say?
Yes, a wizard named Professor Severus Black. He's currently under the employ of the Hanny King. This is the first time you guys have ever heard of someone named the Hanny King. And System fills you in. The Hanny King appears to be the false king that has instilled himself.
All right.
Did you say you're passing out Heinekens?
Like your Heineken ass needs more.
It does. This beer is almost gone. I need more Heineken.
You'll get more later.
Look,
And
if we run into another tavern, you can steal all the beer you want.
Ganon, I will allow you to roll society on the name Severus Black.
That sounds like the name of a court mage.
It is the name of a court mage. In fact, Severus Black was the court mage for the Baroness of Lordwall. You don't know much about him, but you have, in preparation for this mission, you know that involved the city of Lordwall. You did read up on the Baroness, her court, things like that, and yes, Severus Black was the court mage for the Baroness.
That is the court mage. Not surprising.
Yes, system nuts. The court mage still appears to be alive, and he's currently working for the false king. I look forward to hearing
Stealing his spell book. I want his spell book. It's mine. His magical secrets will belong to me.
Forgive me, but I have a feeling that the Service Black will be beyond your powers. What I hope to try to achieve today, if possible, is to approach him and figure out why he's working with the False King, and see if he can be returned to the fold, as it were. Also, something you should know, this tavern borders on the territory of the Church of Iomidai and the territory under the control of Service Black, according to Nicole. Service
Wasn't that
Black?
the church we were meant to blow up?
Not necessarily blow up, but according to Nicole, Service Black gets some protection from the Hannies, and the Church of Yomidai has been attacking both Service Black and the Hannies. This appears to be a situation that we might be able to use to our advantage.
Put one faction against another.
More than likely. However, I would...
That means picking a side, though.
That is true. However, if possible, I would prefer if we could get both Service Black and the Church of Yomidai back into the fold with the Empire of the Hand, but I do not know how the day is going to proceed. All I know is that both factions are close by, and you may encounter them very soon. Service Black specifically, his personal residence is on the way to the keep, so you might encounter him.
He sounds like a fun guy.
He is, from what I've heard, he is quite eccentric. I'll just put it that way. This is just rumors. I've heard. I've never met the man. And yes, cause Severus Black. It is a Harry Potter reference. So sue me.
Of course it is.
Severus Black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you took two
Poor
names and stuck it together.
Poor Snape would be rolling in his grave.
Ah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Severus Snape. Dumbledore Snape. Snape. Severus Snape. Dumbledore. I found the noise of the ticking. It's a pipe bomb.
Alright, let's see. What else do
Drop
you need to
this
know?
cat.
Oh, some scouts have checked out the area ahead. You may find signs of civilization coming up because since the territory of since Severus Black is working with the False King, they do maintain some semblance of authority in that territory, but it's very anarchistic. They tend to do whatever they want, it seems. As for the Church of Yomidai, the Church of Yomidai appears to be protecting more civilians in their territory, so if we could rescue them or bring them back into the Empire of the Hand, that would be good, but I leave it up to you. Your adventures are spearhead after all. Let's see. What else is there you need to know? Oh, I received some reports from the other adventurers. If everything goes well, we might be able to reach the keep within the next 2 to 3 days. All the other adventurers are making steady progress alongside you, so the attack so far is going quite well. Don't know how the day will go. I'm sure there'll be some eye heads or eye burns. Oh, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of that.
Am I that
The only
obvious?
question is on which side.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll leave it up to you guys to find out, so...
By the
Would
way,
that
you
be-
need to mark our spells as reactive. Oh wait, no, we did hit rest. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you can. If you guys have any remaining hit points or want to get back spells, you guys got a full night's rest, despite your nightmare.
By the way,
Mm.
I had nightmare of strange shadow monster and a girl who was on fire that we killed. Maybe you want to look into that.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up screaming and I did not have a good night's rest.
So Sturm walks
So
up
I
to
look-
you and feels your forehead for a fever,
Why does everyone keep checking for fever?
in case you're delirious.
Because they have to open up your skull for brain lesions.
And you've taken ill or anything.
I am not sick. I told you what I saw. There may be something else here as well. Something eldritch, perhaps.
As far as I know, you've just encountered some traumatic experiences and you're having a nightmare about it.
That's not what this was.
I had a dream about a bunch of cats sitting on my face. I woke up and there was a bunch of cats sitting on my face.
Well, that's good for you. You got covered in pussy.
Oh, one last thing. Nicole has a present for you.
Is it a cat gun?
Nicole steps up. Yes. I was able to retrieve this from various hooligans in the city. She hands you guys 3 minor healing potions. I'm
Oh,
adding-
this is going to be nice.
I'm adding 3 minor healing potions to the party meal. And
Can you add it to my sheet, please?
I leave it up to you guys to sort out who carries through how to distribute it. I will manage it for you if you need me to, but yes.
I want a healing potion.
If nobody objects, we can give one. You guys can give one healing potion to Lady Duvor.
Oh, I got it. Never mind. I got one.
You picked up one from the pile,
Yeah.
or did you already have one? Oh,
I
you got it
grabbed
from
one
pile.
from the.
Okay. Yep. Who else wants a healing potion, so they can have it on hand?
Is this one of the D8 ones or?
It's the D8 one, minor healing potion. When you drink, you regain 1d8 hit points. You can see it in the party meal.
I'm thinking the 2 small ones.
You want to hold both?
If they each have one on them, because it's a bigger difference of relevance of hit points. For me, a D8's kind of small.
It could come in handy in a pinch. If you don't have a healing potion on you, then feel free to take it. It's entirely free.
Usually I'm enraged and I can't think about it.
I don't think enrage prevents you from drinking potions, does it?
I don't know about.
Let me see.
You can't just angrily drink potion.
You gain a hit
No,
point.
just beer.
Uh,
You can't stop voluntarily raging. You can't use actions with a concentrate trait unless they also have the rage trait. You can drink potions as long as it doesn't require a concentrate trait. You can use it, so you can drink a potion angrily. But I leave it up to you if you want to roleplay that you're too angry to drink a potion. It's up to you.
I'm just thinking if it came down to, they have lesser hit points, that if they had it on them readily to use.
Does anyone not have a healing potion?
I don't, and I don't think I need one.
Well, Ganon has one now.
I took one, yeah.
Also,
I mean,
Does
Does
Eva?
if
Eva
everyone's
want one?
allergic to it, I'm just gonna take both then.
Eva, how many do you have?
Two.
Oh, Eva currently has 2 already.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, if no one wants it, I'm happy to take 2 more.
I would say if you are going to take a one, I would probably want one more. But
Then
if you
take-
already have 2, I could use one as well. Another.
So
I'll also take that acid flask.
go for it if you want it. And nobody objects. So Lucky no longer has a healing potion.
Well, I used to have a better one, but I drank it
Yeah.
last session.
You want to take one just in case?
No, Lady Devore can carry 2. Fine.
Could mean the difference between staying up and being unconscious.
Ah, I want Lady Devore to be either forced to give it to me or carry my unconscious body around.
or Eva.
Nah, forget about that. You're dead. If it's Eva, you're dead.
Alright. So, one last thing. Nicole holds up a little feather cat toy. This is for anyone who wants it. If you use this, some of my cats will appear to assist you in combat. Once a day.
That sounds awesome. Yoink.
Alright. Since Nicole is explaining it to you, I will... Let me see. Is it unidentified to you right now? Or...
It is unidentified to me
okay,
right
I
now.
will have it
yes.
identified. So, it should be identified to you now.
Feather on a stick, gifted by the wheelchair girl. Once per day, the wheelchair gets to summon 2 AR-47 cats as summon animal. 2 points within 50 feet. Sustain a spell. Excellent. Alternatively, you can order the cats to perform a suicide charge. The cat will then perform a Jaws attack and then detonate its dead cat switch.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
At the end of combat, any surviving cat will salute the user and then disappear.
Yep. So, you guys now have a once per day ability to summon cat reinforcements as a summon animal spell. Alright. Nicole says, again, thank you so much for saving me and my babies.
You're welcome.
Alright. Is there anything else?
Will that be all?
After this is over, I don't suppose you would be doing anything in town later, would you? Maybe we go out have fun on town?
Who are you directing that at?
Nicole.
Nicole. I mean,
I
if we
say
saw-
that because this one never gives me time of day. And I'm pointing at Sir still.
Scoff. I'm busy. And she walks off, apparently satisfied that the briefing is done. She pats a cat on the turnbuckle before descending the stairway. Nicole says, sure, if we both survive this.
Oh, don't worry. I will. And I hope you will too.
Alright. Yeah, if anyone wants to get anything from the quartermaster or get any food, fill up their bellies, grab drink, grab it now, and then you guys will be heading out.
I'm having seconds of my stew. And if I see anyone who I have not fed yet, they are getting leftover stew.
Oh, you see guards milling about. Some of them are also eating stew. Their cats going meow, meow, wanting food, meow. And the guard, sometimes the guard does. You do see a guard sometimes drop down a dried meat for the cat.
So, Sturm, where's that
So-
venison steak?
Right, I completely forgot. Fuck. Okay, you know what? You can prepare delicious venison steak stew for breakfast as well. You add the venison to the stew for breakfast. Is that good or no?
I was gonna have it like croquette style, dipped in egg, flour, and breadcrumbs, and then lightly fried.
Do you want me to make you your breakfast?
You can do that
I
if you
can
want
make
to.
bre-
Yes, you do have a really nice cuts of venison steak. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot.
Care for me to cook it?
Okay.
Go right ahead. Go cook it. Cooking lore. And-
23.
Yep.
Because I
You-
don't trust my ability to roll for it.
I take one of the steaks myself.
I have to see what I would have rolled.
Go ahead.
just
It's
to
cooking
see.
lore. It's kind of like an intelligence
Well,
skill.
It'd be under crafting, wouldn't it?
It's under lore skills, so go to proficiencies.
Cooking is both. There's a difference between craft cooking and lore cooking. Lore is profession cooking, where craft cooking would be the ability to cook things. Lore cooking would be the ability to make a restaurant and sell your profession. So, the cook down the road working at a restaurant is not lore cooking. Your grandmother that makes the best apple pie in the world, yeah, she's got craft cooking.
I
A
would
slight difference.
I would roll that bullshit applies. So yeah.
They could both be used for the same thing.
That was surprisingly a good roll.
Sure, I got intelligence bonuses 0 and untrained. I've been watching the one isekai using my absurd campfire skill in another world.
Oh yeah.
What kind of isekai is that? Is that actually an isekai?
Pretty good. Yeah.
That's
And well, it like Food Wars. There's a lot of let's make this food here, and then everything just sounds freaking delicious.
Oh god.
Campfire cooking in another world with more absurd skill.
Yeah,
That's actually an isekai anime. My god.
yes.
Yes.
yeah, it's
There's
on
worse.
Crunchyroll.
What won't they make an isekai of?
I mean, that's a pretty tame isekai, all things considered.
Well, it's like him and 3 others get summoned into a world to defeat the Demon King, and like one guy's like, oh yeah, he's like a paladin type, another one's a spellcaster with like multiple spell elements, and the other one's a healer, and then he has his special skill is called online grocery. The thing is he can call this menu and just put money in and just summon stuff from another world.
Oh god.
And he makes awesome food. Way later in the series, you see the 3 heroes and going, oh, that poor grocery guy, he's probably dead by now. Yeah, I hear about this in one adventure with this legendary beast, which is that guy. And they're going, oh, this food sucks. They're eating high on the hog.
Oh god. Well, in any case, Lady Devore prepares some special venison cutlets for breakfast. So the adventurers get a hearty meal before heading out, although technically Eva get a hearty meal from remains of dead bodies and stuff. The guards kind of like give you a kind of like odd looks and like, "Ew." While they see you,
Oh, did you want some?
this guy is like, no, thank you.
Yum, 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 yum.
There's some for any of the parties who want to eat meat. There are there's some extra cutlets, and then the rest, I assume you want to put it into to the stew or something to feed the guards and soldiers and all that.
I would just basically. Do you want me to give you leftovers of the steak and the soup to the guards?
That would be
I know
helpful.
they were your steak. That would be well. I'm not. I'm asking the soup. The stew is my choice, which I'm going to give to the rest of the guards. But I did not cut the steaks. That is our good dwarf friend.
Oh, you're asking Codrum. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want the steaks to go to the rest of the guards?
Sure, they've been working hard.
Okay. And I'm going to go around to each table. Good morning. You have steak. Eat well.
You have some
Don't tell them it's beaver steak.
cutlets.
No, this is venison.
No, this is venison.
Yeah, the venison from Bambi. You guys are eating Bambi. You monsters.
Bambi's mom.
Fuck that deer. You know what? No, I grab an extra steak and eat it. Just
Out of spite.
yeah,
This
just
milk deer tastes good.
she's like fuck this deer. And now I'm eating it.
Alright, some of the soldiers and knights are lucky to get some really, really deliciously made venison cutlets and steak.
If you keep following where we're going, I will cook you guys an amazing meal. And if we find your barracks, you know, every once in a while, I could come down, make you guys food. Hey, sir, still. Question.
Hmm?
What are the rules in regarding feeding soldiers? Could I just, like, pop into barracks and be like, I made dinner for you all?
That will be allowed once they're off duty.
Yeah,
Oh.
and don't pet him, otherwise the mother won't take him back.
Well, it's more of, Lady Deante would be just, it's a way of ingratiating yourself to the guards, getting to know them, sort of gaining contacts, and be like, oh, Layla, you know, I'm one of the local judges, well, soon to be, etc. Don't let Sir still hear I said that. She heard I said that, didn't she?
Yeah. That would be up to the Council of the Hand to decide. Now, if you don't mind, shoo, get. The sun is about to rise.
I sort of... I'm not doing this to be rude, but I do say to her, make sure you eat steak. Eat good, fill you up, and... Well, you had the soup, you had the stew yesterday, you know what my cooking is like. So, eat it, please.
I will.
I am
but
ordering you, Captain.
I will, but off you go. I'll be
Runs
behind you,
away.
Jojo. Fucking
Look,
swear
I
to
am
fucking
Mom.
goblin.
Hi ho, it's off to carnage we go. We cause and burned and maim in vain. Hi ho,
Hey,
hi ho.
she takes the good with the bad. Look, we're a chaotic bunch, but she's eating real good.
Alright, as you guys walk out the doorway, let us move over to the city map.
Oh, are we off to burn the church down now?
Look, you keep saying that, and I want to burn it. I really do. But you know, we have to find out first.
Let me move these over here. I don't know if you guys can see anything yet, but if you can't, it's okay.
Best I can do is the flag test.
My map's completely black.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Stand
same.
by.
We
Stand
can't see.
by. I'm moving
Blind.
some stuff around.
Kitty broken.
Nah, I'm just moving stuff around.
It's all
Uh,
broken.
I can't stand by. I'm already by.
We're all dead.
yeah. Here you guys
No,
are.
it's not over.
Here you guys are. Oh yeah. You see, you come out to the road in front of the tavern. You see some guards and some soldiers keeping watch. You see some cats keeping watch with them. They do salute you as you walk by, including the cat. The cats also salute you.
I imagine the cats was looking at other people walking by. Meow, wanna fuck with me?
Are they still speaking cat? Meow, meow.
No, I know. I'm being ridiculous. Because I'm a ridiculous person.
Ah, yes, the infamous Maxwell with a karambit on the side road.
Yep. I'm just going to put... Forgot to move this over here. I'm just gonna put this here. Alright, so you guys are setting off from the tavern, and as usual, the keep can be seen in the distance up to the north. So off you go. You guys decide which way you want to go.
Let's go
Back
to
into
the
the tavern.
church and mess with the holy. Church and holy. Speak of the devil. There is one thing I must cast.
Hmm?
There's a bright sunny day. I cast mage armor.
Mhm.
I cast a spell, mage armor. No.
Don't you be a fucking asshole.
Also, as you leave, you see that they've set up what appears to be some kind of infirmary here. Basic infirmary. Over here. Similar to what they did to the previous checkpoint where you guys rested, they were setting up a blacksmith section there where they could repair and smith some weapons. They're setting up an infirmary here. There you see some injured soldiers in there. Apparently there have been some attacks that the army has been fending off, and they have been taking some casualties, but they do look like they have nurses and surgeons on hand to take care of them at the very least. Alright, so everyone move along with the party, including you, Cass. I know we're assuming that you're unlucky, but yeah. Alright, so you guys come up to the road. You see the road extends down this way. Looks relatively clear. As far as you can tell, there's some detritus and scrap along the side of the road, but yeesh. Currently no sign of any life aside from the soldiers back where you came. If you walk down the road, make perception checks. Alright, everyone who goes down the road, feel free to make a perception check. Alright. Okay. Eva gets to do this too, along with Uh,
That
That
was
was
an
a
actual
very
dragon.
poor cartwheel roll. I was trying to cartwheel down, and I had myself muted.
okay.
There we go.
I
Okay.
think I see something.
Yep. Eva, you notice? You notice? Let me just draw this out for you. Something in the middle of the road. There appears to be a X painted on in the center of the road. And
Huh.
and sitting on top of the X is what looks to be some kind of pie.
Ooh.
There's an X on the road and the pie is sitting on the X.
Does
Hey,
anyone else see that up there? There seems to be a pie on top of a red X.
Not suspicious at all, I don't think. I mean, it's free pie in the road.
Ivor, surely you want some pie?
Do you walk up? Why are you
I
roll-
don't just walk up. I run and attempt to grab the pie. And then run further.
Wait,
For that
wait.
shit.
Don't stop. Don't.
You grab the pie and
Somehow.
nothing happens.
I run back and grab. I run back with the pie. I have the pie. It's mine.
Nothing happens. It's a delicious pie. It's covered in cream, but you smell it and you think it's some kind of apple pie. Yeah, nothing happens.
I slice it open.
You slice it open. Okay, hang on.
I hope you know my gun's drawn at the pie.
You slice it open and yeah, it's a apple cream pie. It looks really
Oh,
delicious.
no.
It smells fresh.
Oh no.
It smells really good.
Is the pie
I'm just thinking
moving,
of,
Cordrum?
I'm just thinking of the movie American Pie, and then you're talking about it being cream pie.
Don't worry about it.
I would, because this is Lady Deontay Duvar.
Mhm.
She would take a dollop of cream, taste it.
It's freshly made whipped cream.
Oh, this is weird. It is good. But why put pie over X?
It's really good. You don't know. You
It
kind of
couldn't have
ran
the flavor,
away
you
before
know.
you could figure out why there was a pie in the middle of the road. But you do know that nothing happened.
I gotta take a closer look. I have the pie in my hand too.
Yep.
I'm like,
You take a closer look.
yeah.
Right.
Is there like a bakery right here?
Okay. You guys look around. You see the X on the road. It looks like it's been painted on the road. Or someone like just splashed some paint on. Do you take a closer look at the paint?
Sure.
Alright. You investigate the paint. It is not blood. Thankfully, it is just normal paint. You look around and you see a sign here that says Honest Annie's Pies and Bakery. Yes, Honest and Annie's Bakery. The door is shut. It is it's a large door, but it is shut.
I would like to open the door.
You try
to open the
to
door.
open the door. It is locked.
Cordrum, I cannot tell you how much I need you to open that door. Cordrum, if you do anything for me, you will open that door.
Alright.
I want
This
to-
is I'm bringing forward your perception rolls for what the stuff you just saw. Okay, so Eva is the only one who rolled perception high enough. Oh wait, hang on. Eva.
I
Okay,
had
Cordrum.
25.
Cordrum, you also rolled high enough. Okay, you also rolled high enough to see this. Some of the debris on the side of the road, Eva and Cordrum, you see it move. It appears to be.
Wait. Over here in the one area.
Yeah, you
we
see
path?
debris on the side of the road. Something moved. It looks like a ceramic jar. But it moved. And suddenly you hear a voice cry out. And down at the end of the street, another little it's a jar thing moves, unveils a hwacha and
Yes!
fires it.
Is that filled
Yes!
with pies?
Hmm? Hmm?
Is that filled with pies?
Ooh. Yes. Pie hwacha.
I
The entire
You aren't even gonna attempt to dodge one, are you?
the entire area, 20-foot radius, is now covered in pie. You guys make
so-
reflex
so-
save.
So no, I'm not making the reflex save. Oh boy, free pie!
The pie watcher just goes pew, 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 raining pies down on the street.
You're wasting pie, but I'm going to get more.
Cordrum, you fail the reflex save. You get a pie in the face. Flat cream pie
Yeah,
in the face.
Yeah, I didn't know what the DC was.
The DC
I
is
chose to fail.
18.
Oh, I didn't click on the reflex button. I just did the reflex
That's
save.
fine. You are now blinded. Dahlia, you need to make the reflex save as well. I will allow you a bonus of +2 to this because you're using Cordrum as a literal dwarven shield. Dahlia? Cass?
Sorry, sorry. What did you say?
Saving
need-
throw.
You need to
+2
make a reflex 6. Yeah, reflex save.
Reflex.
You get a +2 bonus to this.
There you go. That is not the +2 I didn't.
Oh, you succeed! You managed to hide behind Cordrum in time, and the pie hits his face instead of you.
I see.
And you hear the little pieces of ceramic scream out, "Get him!" Well, actually, only the goblin would probably be good for our brother, but get him! Get him all! We'll sort it out later. Get him! And yes, you guys can roll initiative now.
I think this would be a great place to call it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Talk combat
Yep.
state.
Okay. Now, go with me on this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bit of a stretch.
Mm-hmm. What?
Can I use lore cooking That's my initiative. Because I really appreciated the pie, much rather than rolling the perception.
I will allow it because you basically face tanked the pie. Add
Oh,
yourself
good
into
lord, I rolled a 25.
add yourself into your initiative. You didn't target yourself for battle.
I can't believe I rolled a 4. That sucks.
Target yourself for battle and then we'll reroll and then I'll just modify your initiative to got
25.
25, okay.
25.
25. Okay, good. Cass,
Would
roll.
Would I be rolling from stealth, hiding behind control?
I would allow it because you're small enough. The Hannies might not have noticed you.
Yeah, they do. This definitely them noticed me.
I really want more of these pies.
You've got the whole street covered in it. How much
Yeah.
more do you want?
The pies on the street are probably ruined, but oh well.
Yeah, but
you
if they
could
have
skim it off
more-
the top.
Yeah, but if
Sure
they have
they-
more... No.
And alright, yeah, that'll be a good place to call it. You guys have encountered the Hannies, minions of the Hanny King. The false king that has installed himself on the throne. And-
This is how he took over the empire? Little porcelain things?
Well, not the empire, just the city, just this one city.
Oh. I was gonna say, if that's how the empire went down, I don't think they deserve it back.
I know, right? Alright, I'm gonna go make tea and get ready for...
Alright.
Vampire D&D!
Thanks for playing, Ganon. Everyone say goodbye to Ganon.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
I do hope I add a bit of comedic to this campaign, because I am a ridiculous person.
It's interesting what it does to the map when you add the blinded effect to you. It makes
Oh yeah, that's really fun.
Is
The dead effect is really fun too.
Really, huh? By the way, Ganon,
it
you are
turned everything a
blinded.
dark gray.
Oh, wow. That's what
Yep.
it does to the map? Really? Huh.
Yup, it's great.
Wow, I've never seen this before. Huh. So this is all Corjum and Lady Duval are gonna see until they wipe the the pies out of their eyes.
Yeah, do a full round action of cleaning our face off.
Yep. Alright, yeah. Right. Off you go, Ganon. Thanks again for playing. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, I found exactly what's gonna happen when they go to remove the pie.
What? What? Where do you post it? Where you
I
post it?
posted it in Tabletop RPG Room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got. Hang on. Yeah, pretty much. You're going to be doing this. Hang on, let me show chat what you were doing. Need to add Brave browser. Wait, no, window capture. Right. Window capture. Brave. There we go. That's what Lady Devoir is gonna do first time. With her face covered in delicious cream pie.
Alright, and with that, I leave you all. Have a good one.
Good night.
We-
Wow.
Bye bye. Let me move this. Yep, there we go. Okay, yeah. Well, that was today's session. So hope you guys had fun. Any comments or things I need to modify or change or improve? Hope you guys in chat enjoyed as well. I feel like the dice in this game really hate rolling high.
Oh, it's not as bad as a roll 20 though.
You only say that because it's not affecting you, it's affecting Lucky now.
Well,
Fuck roll 20.
there is the matter of action economy in this case. With basically a 5% chance of critting or basically hitting all the time, or a 5% chance of always missing. When you have more people, more enemies, with more actions, they're gonna tend to seem like they're hitting more, especially when they get bonuses to make them on par with hitting you, as an example.
Yeah, that was the first time I wanted to test out combat with a bunch of small minion style enemies, and I think moving forward I'm gonna have fewer of those. Most of the enemies are gonna be closer in level to you guys, as opposed to having lots of minion style enemies. These creatures, while they do outnumber you, they are not that strong.
No, but what I mean is that there's gonna be more attacks coming from them. There's 7 of them. Especially since our group has 3 casters. One just uses engineer wands. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, at best, I'm effectively getting 1, maybe 2 hits around.
Yeah, but it's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage now.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when I'm raged.
So yeah, I am learning about how to better generate encounters, less minions, and I'm going to take what I learned from today and instead of doing many small minions, just do group enemies, which are single. Which effectively, they're technically single enemies, it's just they're a massive group of them. I remember Tarask mentioned that I could possibly use those. I think I'm just trying to use them. I'll start preparing for those style of enemies, so yeesh. And how'd you guys like the... No, you go first.
It would help if the enemies were grouped together in an action. Like right now, you got every single one of those enemies with their own action, separate. It would be easier if they all acted at the same time and faster.
I will consider doing that in the future. Acting on a single initiative, it really depends. This is the last quote-unquote horde style style enemy that you guys will probably encounter because I'm gonna start moving away from this. This is just so happens that this was the one I had prepared. I will take that into account, and let me see what else. And white, that is a pie huacha, meaning it can only launch pies, just so you know.
I wanted to launch Molotov cocktail.
If it can launch pies, it can launch any item of a similar size. And if it can launch pies, it can probably be retrofitted to launch ballistas.
I will let you guys take a closer look at it, assuming you guys don't blow it up.
Don't blow it up. I'ma recreate that thing into something else. I have engineering lore. I'ma use it.
See?
I'ma put it to use, darn it.
See. Keep in mind that is a siege weapon, so if you guys want to start dragging
Yes.
that around, you're gonna need help.
I'll be fine.
What do you think all of these guys down there for?
You want the soldiers to drag a fucking Hwacha?
They're not gonna follow us around doing that. That's not what they're paid to do.
You might be able to convince them to help you set up, or at least maintain the Pai Hwacha and then help you set up, but you're not going to be dragging that along while you guys are exploring the damn city.
All you need to do is develop napalm pies and then set it on fire.
You could try to see
I've
if you
got
can.
something similar.
You could try to see if you could stuff pepper or fire into the pies and load it that way. That could work. Yeah. How'd you guys like the cats and the pussycat doll stand in the sky?
It's funny.
Imagine why is everything trying to blow you up or something? These cats
Everything loves exploding.
These cats didn't want to blow you up though. They wanted to help you.
They didn't want to blow me up specifically, but they blow up. Where it ends up blowing.
Crazy cat lady. And I think I saw Mitchell also was like, how the hell do you come up with this stuff? Random shit that enters my head and anything I see in an anime.
Pretty sure Mitchell also asked that twice tonight.
Yeah, but I was busy running the campaign. Sorry.
Once at 4:37 and another time at 6:24.
Yeah, sorry, I can't it's very difficult for the DM to respond to chat during RP tabletop
Now
RPGs.
you're just being lazy.
Literally, it's really difficult. I have to manage a whole bunch of shit. Also, yeah, it's the cats were kind of a partial reference to exploding cats. What was that name of that comic guy who made a card game out of exploding cats?
No, one idea came from you from Doralis' associates when they had like one of the cat familiar died, and then they were using a resurrection spell, and it kept dying, coming back to life. It was like, cat's alive, cat's dead, cat's alive, cat's dead. Cat blew up.
Poor cat. Well, in this case, the cats happily die for dear mom. Meow, meow. They still
Meow,
speak
meow,
cat.
meow, meow.
Yeah, they still speak cat, but evidently the crazy cat lady. Oh, technically, that didn't come up, but the crazy cat lady can understand cats.
It'd almost be criminal if she didn't.
Congrats! The party, party of adventurers managed to recruit a cat mercenary company into the Empire of the Hand. Wow!
I'm just happy we didn't die.
It's the Catastrophic Cat Company.
I don't know what.
It's the CCC?
Yep.
I don't know
Nice.
what Nicole's gonna call her mercenary company yet. I'll figure it out. Or if I'm lazy, I'm just gonna call it the Pussycat Doll Mercenary Company. But yeah, we're done. Unfortunately, we didn't progress as far as I thought we were going to, so I still don't know where the party is gonna
That's
go.
good.
Here I'm running into a bit of conundrum. You guys are coming up to a branch, and I don't know how far in advance I should plan each branch.
Cutie.
Hmm?
DMA 101.
Hmm?
There is no branch.
No, here's the thing. I initially planned for you to go down one way, but based on how you guys have been role playing, I have a feeling you guys are going to go down another way, and I was like, yeah, that would make sense if they were trying to go that way. But if they go that way, that means I have to plan for that eventuality as well. So I'm like,
The second DMA 101 is saying, I have nothing planned. Let's reconvene next session. It's totally fine.
I think I'm going to. I technically talked to Ganon about this earlier, but he mentioned that at least get the stats ready and stuff of the major characters on each branch, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll make sure to get the stats of each of the major player on each branch prepped.
That's a good idea, just in case the sniper decides to blow the face off. The great wizard, when he sees them.
We'll see. We'll see. You guys might not actually encounter the wizard. You guys might encounter someone else. After all, there are two factions within close proximity to this region. You could go for either or. I doubt. This is just me thinking. I doubt you'll be able to get both before reaching the keep. But we'll see
Are
what
we gonna
happens.
encounter Yogurt? Yogurt the wise. Yogurt the great. No, I'm just plain Yogurt.
So, yeah. I was talking to Ganon about this. I'm not sure if you guys are interested, but I think I would be very interested in continuing my campaign after my short campaign ends when the mission is completed. But after the campaign is done, I would need to take a short hiatus because there's a bunch of avatar work I need to do behind the scenes, a bunch of upgrades I need to do, and that's gonna take time. And I don't think I can work on avatar and make meaningful progress while also planning tabletop RPG, so after like, I don't know, we call this season 1 finishes, then maybe I'll take a short hiatus to work on Avatar stuff and then plan the second season and stuff like that. If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, works for me.
Unsure whether I would continue with this character because I was like looking ahead and when we were looking like higher level stuff
Mhm.
because the barbarian, when it increases its level its armor proficiency, it's only doing unarmed, light, or medium, and I'm currently using heavy. So if I want to improve proficiency with that, I have to keep spending feat points to increase that.
If you want, I'm open to allowing you to respec if you want to.
Well, that's a future problem. It's like we'll see.
Also, yeah, lucky you will recognize these things.
Oh yes, I do.
Little Hannies. And
Yep.
these are the guys who are gonna have my dad voice! I will turn my head away from the mic whenever I do them. Hey guys!
No.
Just so that I don't make you guys go deaf.
Please do it as close to the mic as possible. That way the mic cancels you.
No, I kind of removed the noise
Chancellor?
suppression that stopped me from screaming just now, so yeah.
Really?
I'm gonna eat my headsets.
Don't worry, like I said, I moved my head away.
I was capable of doing a louder, higher pitched screech than what you did when the sonic attack came. I just didn't want to deafen everybody.
Thank you. You are my hero, Luck.
Don't worry though, they're not all gonna talk like Toad. Just these guys. Well, these version of Hannies. Cause yeah, Lucky will know that there are multiple versions of Hannies.
There's like the Hanny that does delivery service.
Yeah. Hanny is a delivery service from other games. There are Samurai Hanny, there's Business Hanny, there's lots of different Hannies. And there is a Hanny King. Hehe. Can't wait to you guys encounter the church proper.
There's even Hannies that prefer girls with glasses and those without.
Yeah.
Damn, these guys are specific.
Yeah. But despite that though, no matter what type of Hanny they are, none of them have dicks, so they can't actually fuck girls. Instead, they force them to masturbate and do stuff. Yes.
While they watch.
Yep. And they watch really closely. Go, oh, oh. Yes, those are Hannies in a nutshell. I'm not even making this up. That is Hanny in a nutshell.
Well, these guys are the first people that invented NTR, no?
Did Alice invent NTR? Somehow I doubt that. Because
Probably not.
Annie is.
oh, you mean in this world?
I guess. I mean,
Nah. I'm fairly certain NTR has been going on for a long ass time. Thinking about-
technically they don't even have a choice about it, but you know. Poor little guys.
Okay, yeah, we're done. Thank you so much for being here. Whether you're lurking, or chatting, or stopping by, or checking the vault after. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. As usual, thank you so much to my amazing extra mouse supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Ras.Gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Alera, Maka, Sagito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, Daily Joker, and God Reactor for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thank you to Ganon and White Jackal and Cass and Lucky for being amazing players. Hope everyone enjoyed.
I had fun. A little bit.
Bye bye, y'all.
You were running away from Dwarf, but yeah. Goodbye,
Yes.
everyone. Bye bye. Bye
Bye bye.
bye. Bye bye.